So. Musik ein bisschen leiser stellen. Fortsetzen. Gut. Wo waren wir stehen geblieben? Stimmt, in der Klinik waren wir. In der Mimirstraße aber noch nicht.
Alright, this is Mimir Road. Carl came through here recently.
Okay. Wollen wir mal kurz den Bereich hier abscannen. Allererstes. Hier sind Stiefelabdrücke. Analysieren, Übereinstimmung,
The boot prints
Muster.
lead up this set of stairs. I should head up and have a look.
Oh, Gucken. Klinge, nö. Irgendwas von Karl, nö. Smart Scan. Nein, okay. Dann zum Hausflur, da führen ja die Spuren hin. Das heißt, ich gehe alles durch, was nicht zum Hausflur führt.
Replica of Prospecting, Surveying, and Defense Robot. Courtesy of Nordson Museum. Replica of Multi-Purpose Cultivation Robot. Courtesy of Nordson Museum.
Das heißt, die werden nicht eingesetzt. Man weiß ja auch nicht, was diese Katastrophe ist, von der man gesprochen hat, ne?
I'd say those are saffron crocuses. Not sure what those are. Doesn't look like tomatoes, at least. Lettuce, carrots, and something else.
Kräuter vielleicht.
That's not the right entrance. That's not.
Nee,
That's not the.
der wahrscheinlich auch
That's-
nicht.
that's
Nein,
not-
nein.
More
Banner.
runes. Seems to be a common thing in Nordsund. Alright, got some clay.
Warum hat die Okay.
Nice and thick. I can easily shape it with my hands.
Zur Nordstadt. Hier gibt es doch das Nordstadt-Krankenhaus.
I don't think I need to go further north right now.
Okay. Ja gut, dann bleibt uns nur noch der Hausflur übrig. Oh, hallo.
This floor sure looks squeaky clean.
It better. We spent all yesterday mopping it. Wiped all the doors, too.
Oh, just my luck.
Well, you fond of filth or something?
Nein, aber Dreck enthält für Ermittler wertvolle Informationen. Laut einem meiner alten Polizeikollegen aus der Stadt schon. Der hat einen ziemlichen Putzfimmel. In diesem Fall tatsächlich offizielle Polizeiangelegenheiten. Putzen Sie diesen Flur bis auf weiteres nicht.
No, but filth contains valuable information for a detective.
Oh, I understand. Let me know if I can be of service.
Cool. Das ist doch schon mal nett. Tastenfeld, Wohnungstür, Hausmeister. Kurz hier scannen. Ja, Stieflerbrücke werden hier nicht sein. Klingenform. Nö, natürlich auch nicht. Hier vielleicht irgendwas von Karl zu sehen? Nein. Genereller Scan bitte einmal. Nö. Na, dann reden wir nochmal mit dem Hausmeister.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
I'm Special Agent England, here to investigate the recent murders. I need to ask you a few questions.
Okay, I'm Sven, the caretaker of this apartment block here. What can I help you with?
Der Mord an Karl.
Do you know anything about the recent murder of a man named Carl?
Nope. As far as I know, no Carl lives here.
What about frequent visitors?
Maybe. Haven't heard the name Carl, but then again, I don't socialize with the tenants. It might recognize the man if I saw him.
Wir haben ja das eine Foto hier.
Do you know anything about the murder at the museum?
Nothing but common knowledge. I haven't been in that part of town for a while. A shame what happened to Maya, though. She always seemed like a harmless lady to me. Can't imagine who'd want to kill her.
Hm. Keiner kann das so wirklich verstehen. Okay, Karl Oskarsson. Obwohl er schon gemeint hat, dass er den nicht kennt.
Do you know a certain Carl Oscarson?
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
Yep, das dachte ich mir schon.
I'm looking for a young woman from around here. She's connected to Carl, the man who was murdered today.
I have no idea who Carl was, so I'm not sure what you want from me.
Well, are there any young women in this building?
I'm looking at one.
Ha ha. A tenant, obviously. Probably living alone.
I've seen maybe 3 or 4 young women in this building lately, but I work in 16 buildings. Kinda hard to keep track.
Fair enough. Do you know which apartments they live in?
Not a clue. I usually just see them pass me by when I'm working, and they practically treat me as part of the furniture, so...
Das ist ja schade. Kennt er den vielleicht? Falter.
What do you think of Walter?
Funny guy. Yeah, I see him regularly in my work, and he always finds a new way to crack me up.
Kommissar Anderson.
What's your opinion on Commissary Anderson?
He's all right. A diplomat, I've heard. It believes in dialogue.
Auf jeden Fall nicht schlecht. Stina Ruth. Oder Roth.
Do you know anything about Councilwoman Ruth?
She doesn't mince her words, that one. Some people take an issue with that, but I think it's refreshing. I heard she used to be a Central Bureau agent. Apparently she got her position here as some kind of retirement package.
Maya Strand.
What can you tell me about Maya Strand?
We were acquaintances. I'd been helping her with repairs in the museum every now and then.
Okay. When was the last time you saw her?
A few weeks ago. I was supposed to fix a showcase for her. Odd thing, though.
Yeah?
I saw her enter the museum from afar, but when I followed her inside, I couldn't find her. So I left the building, and then she came out the same way I did, acting all surprised, saying she'd been in there the whole time.
Strange.
Also muss es irgendwo eine versteckte Tür geben. Und was mit Dr. Persson?
Do you know Dr. Pearson?
Yeah, everybody knows Doc Pearson. Kind of bookish, but I like his sense of humor. Dark and twisted, my cup of tea.
Auch meiner. Okay, dann...
No reason. No. Do you recognize this young couple?
Oh, right, that fella.
You know him.
Yeah, I remember him. Most people just ignore me, but he always says hi. Nice guy.
How often would you say he was here?
At least on a weekly basis, but I work in many other buildings too, so it's hard to say.
Got it. What can you tell me about him?
Just this one thing. He came up to me and asked about the electricity in apartment 113. He wondered if it was possible to get more power.
Odd. Did he say what for?
No. I told him to take it up with the residential office. There are strict quotas. He said he would bring it up with the tenant, a friend of his.
Okay. Do you know anything about the tenant?
Nope. Discreet, whoever it is. No idea who lives there.
Understood. Where can I find apartment 113
Direkt hier.
exactly?
It's on this floor, just around the corner.
All right. Thanks.
Also, handschriftliche Notiz.
What do you think of this?
Looks intentionally vague, like they didn't want the wrong person to accidentally read it.
Yeah, that's my guess too. Any idea of what it means?
Not really, sorry.
Would you happen to know where a key like this might fit?
Looks special. Some custom-built box or something, maybe?
Maybe. Thanks.
Gieshart.
I don't want to share that with him. I don't need to. No. I'm not gonna walk around showing people mud for no reason.
Warum nicht? Ja, das würdest du mal machen. Einfach nach draußen gehen und einfach eine Handvoll Schlamm immer zu Leuten gehen. Hallo, was halten die davon? Ja, okay. Cool.
Thanks. You can get back to work.
Alrighty.
Okay, dann gucken wir uns erstmal die Wohnung 115
I
an.
don't think that's the right place. Some kind of code lock. Looks disconnected. Nothing. Guess no one's home.
Hm, sehr blöd. Natürlich
Locked.
abgeschlossen. Ja, war klar. Verschlossene Tür.
Some kind of code lock. Looks disconnected.
Hm. Dann fragen wir ihn nochmal. Ich meine, er kennt sich ja mit Strom aus.
Hey, Sven?
Yeah?
Da ist eine verschlossene Tür.
I need to get inside apartment 113. Can you help?
Sure, you can borrow this master key. Don't leave with it, though. I'll need it later.
Okay, thanks.
Das ist der Generalschlüssel. Cool.
Thanks. You can get.
Alrighty.
It's the master key I was given to access the apartment at Mimir Road.
Das ist ja nett. So, kann ich. So, Drag and Drop.
Huh.
Toll. Ich kann nicht zufällig. Nee, den Smart Scan kann ich nicht verwenden. Warte mal, vielleicht an der
Hi,
Notiz.
Doofus. You're registered now. Go try it out. Remember how you totally flipped the day I first came to Nordsund? Kisses.
Ah, der Tag, an dem die Person. Das ist ja geschrieben von der Freundin von Karl. An dem Tag, an dem sie nach Nordsund gekommen ist. Also könnte das vielleicht der Code sein. Leute benutzen ja gerne mal den Code. Warte mal, geben wir ihm mal den Schlüssel zurück.
Here's your key back. Thanks for lending it to me.
You're welcome. Happy to help.
So, dann gehen wir mal zu Karl. Nicht zu Karl, zum Kommissar. Oh, der sitzt hier.
Hello again, Constable.
Hello, Agent.
Sorry, I didn't catch your name before.
It's Gabriel Adamson, ma'am.
All right then. I had some questions, Gabriel.
Sure. I should also let you know that Carl's body has arrived, and our coroner is waiting for you in the morgue.
Noted. I'll go and have a look shortly.
Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Eieiei, also eine Menge.
What do you know about the murder in the museum?
I was first at the scene. Poor woman. Looked like she had regained consciousness after some time and tried to crawl to the door.
Sounds horrific. I don't envy her. I've got a locked door that I need to get through. Is there a locksmith around?
We have a guy for that sort of thing, but I think he's out of town.
All right, that's too bad.
Natürlich, warum sollte es doch einfach sein?
I'm trying to find the tenant of apartment 113 at Mimir Road. Can you help?
There are address records in the commissary's office. I'd suggest that you look there.
Okay, thanks.
Ja.
What do you think of Walter, the robot guy?
Oh, he's great. My little brother loves him to death.
Yeah? He's popular with the kids?
You have no idea. He's quite the entertainer with that little robot of his.
So ein bisschen der Sascha Grammel quasi.
What do you think of Commissary Anderson?
I have opinions about how he does things, but I keep those to myself. I respect the chain of command.
Er ist gerade, glaube ich, nicht sehr begeistert von dem Kommissar.
What do you think of Stina Ruth, the councilwoman?
The commissary is the only one at the station who has any, but my impression of her is good. She seems like a straight-up woman. Speaks her mind.
Did you know Maya Strand?
Not really. I knew of her, sure. Most people in Nordsund do, because of her importance to the museum. I hardly ever even saw her around, though. From what I hear, she was a bit of a recluse.
What's your opinion on Dr. Pearson?
Do you mean professionally or personally?
Is there a difference?
I think he's a great doctor and coroner.
But...
Between you and me, he kind of rubs me the wrong way. All that fancy talk and those morbid jokes. It's almost like the recent deaths have cheered him up. But as I said, he does his job well.
I understand. Thanks.
Ja, solche Menschen sind immer ein bisschen eigen.
What can you tell me about yourself?
Not much to tell. I grew up here in Nordsund, and all my family is here. The commissary is my uncle. He's always been the one who encouraged me to become a policeman.
So, how long have you been a cop?
8 years now.
Wow, 8? Must have started young.
Yup, started as a trainee at age 16.
I see.
Ähm,
What do you...
I'd stick with the gun, ma'am.
I found this in one of the drawers in the office.
Ah, well, feel free to use it if you think it can help the case.
cool.
Any idea of what this key could open?
Nope, but it looks...
Ah, da hatten wir schon gefragt. Okay.
All right.
Good luck out there.
Also keine weiteren neuen Sachen, die wir erfahren haben. Dann gucken wir uns mal die Akten, nicht die Akten an, sondern hier,
Looks like a lot.
nee, das nicht.
A collection
Bücher?
of what seems...
Adressen, hier, das wollte ich genau haben. Ja.
I don't think I need to look him up. I don't think... Katarina Berg. Born February 2nd, 56 AR. Immigrated to Nordson on May 13th, 80 AR. Which means she's been in Nordson for 2 years.
13. Mai.
I copied the information onto a loose page from my notebook. I did that.
Also,
Katarina Berg. She was likely in some kind of relationship with Carl.
13. Mai war... Scheiße. Adressen nochmal, oder? 13. Mai. Nee, nochmal nachschauen geht nicht. So, dann... Mimire Straße. Hausflur. Und das Tastenfeld können wir begutachten. So. 13... Zugang verweigert. Okay. Es gibt keine Null, ne?
Katarina Berg. She was likely in some kind of relationship with Carl.
War doch der 13. Mai, ne?
Hi, Doofus. You're registered now. Go try it out. Remember how you totally flipped the day I first came to Nordsund? Kisses.
Welcher? Warte mal, 14. Nein. Verdreht. Scheiße. Ich hätte mir das aufschreiben sollen, ne?
I'm sure I have everything I need for the door code. I just need to figure out the exact number.
Warte mal. Ich bin mir sicher, dass es mit dem 13. War das der 13. Mai? Scheiße. Ah. Ja, es ist 5:13 ist sie hergekommen, verdreht. 31:05.
Wow, a code and a fingerprint? These people have absurd safety concerns. Looks like it's waiting for a fingerprint input. Can't use my own, obviously.
Ah, ich weiß. Ah, warte mal.
Katarina Berg. Born February 2nd, 56 AR. Immigrated to Nordson on May 13th, 80 AR. Which means she's been in Nordson for 2 years.
May 13th, ja. Das war halt das. Ah. Okay, ich brauche einen Fingerabdruck. Und dafür, vermute ich mal, habe ich den Lehm. Das heißt, ich gehe mal in die Klinik und hole mir einen Fingerabdruck. Nee, warte, mit dem Harz muss das funktionieren. Ist hier vielleicht mal irgendwie... Nee. Ja, das ist klar, das ist klar. Kennen wir schon alles. Okay, gucken wir uns mal die Leiche an.
I already examined the body at the crime scene. Nothing new comes to mind.
Okay, dann quatschen wir mal mit Notch.
I had some more things to ask.
Shoot.
What are your conclusions about Carl's murder?
Just like the previous case, the cause of death is blood loss due to sharp force trauma to the upper body. The murder weapon looks similar to the one used on the previous victim. The victim has a bruised chest, likely from the impact of a hard fall to the floor. And this makes me believe that Carl was attacked from the front and fell to the ground, twisting as he fell. The killer then continued this brutal onslaught from behind to finish the job. Contrary to the previous case, I couldn't find any defense wounds on the victim. The killer would have to be both strong and fast to overpower Carl like that before he could react and call for help. It's certainly not impossible, but I think it's unlikely that a woman could pull that off without considerable training. This leads me to believe that the person we are looking for is likely an adult male in good physical shape. The time of death was sometime late last night, around 10 to 12 hours ago.
All right. Now that you've seen both bodies, do you have a theory?
I think it's very likely that a single perpetrator is responsible for both killings. The MO is the same, and the murder weapons share close similarities. Both murders were premeditated. The killer came well prepared with the clear goal of killing each victim. The lack of struggle during the second attack could be an indication that the murderer learned from their mistakes during the first assault.
Okay. Thanks for your input.
Think nothing of it. Happy to help.
Das heißt, es könnte schwieriger werden mit der Zeit.
What are your conclusions about Maya's murder?
Most obvious first. The cause of the murder weapon is a mid-sized blade like...
Kennen wir schon?
Not right now. Nice
Ah,
and
warte.
thick.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't recover any biological traces of the murderer. There's no blood on her that isn't hers, or any traces of skin under her nails. This makes me suspect that the killer likely wore protective clothing and gloves. The time of death was roughly 2300 hours last...
Ne,
What are
nochmal.
your...
Most of the murder...
Okay. Lehm. Fingerabdruck. Kein Abdruck anwenden, warum? Ja, Fingerabdruck nehmen.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't recover any biological traces of the murderer. There's no... This the time of death...
Fingerabdruck.
No. No, this... I should...
Okay,
So
verschlossene Tür.
there's this locked door that I'm trying to get through.
Unless this door needs medical attention, I'd suggest asking someone else.
Ergibt Sinn, ja.
Do you know who Katerina Berg is?
I don't recognize that name. No.
What do you think of Gabriel?
Your average policeman. I have no strong opinion about him, one way or the other.
Okay. Ne, das war's dann.
That's enough questions for now.
Okie dokie.
So, das heißt, wir können jetzt...
All right, this should work. I'll go and add some water. Okay, hopefully this can fool the scanner. I got rid of the clay mold. No more use for it.
Aber dafür haben wir halt...
A molded replica of Carl's finger.
Ich hoffe, dass das ausreicht. Ich überlege, ob ich vielleicht ihren Fingerabdruck hätte nehmen sollen. Wäre vielleicht sinnvoller gewesen. So. Können wir das hier so verwenden, oder? Nee. Ja. Zugang gewährt. Nice.
Wow. How on earth did they manage to assemble all of this undetected? This is highly illegal. I'll have to report it as soon as I finish the murder investigation.
Eine Wiege, Bett, Brief, seltsame Kugel. Eieiei, großer Tank. Was haben wir hier?
Some kind of large tank. Looks like it opens. I wonder what's inside.
Ein Ventil.
There's a valve on this pipe here, labeled O2. Not sure what to do with it.
Einfach mal drehen, kann schon nichts Schlimmes sein. So, Konsole.
Oh, just my luck. Like getting in here wasn't hard enough. I need more to go on before I can try guessing the password.
Hm. Zumindest schlau. Wobei vielleicht auch vielleicht das Passwort einfach nur Passwort.
Some kind of live output of technical information. I can't make sense of it. Looks like something is missing here. Odd-looking thing. No idea what it's for. Big enough for 2 people. Recently used.
Ja, wahrscheinlich fett gepimpert. Okay, hier ist nichts. Ist hier irgendwas von Karl? Aha. Karl war hier. Und da. Haare? Übereinstimmung DNS. Wahrscheinlich Haare. Hoffe ich. Nicht, dass irgendwelche Flecken sind. Übereinstimmung DNS. Ist hier vielleicht die Klinge irgendwo? Ne, okay. Stiefelabdruck wahrscheinlich nicht. Vielleicht unten auf dem Boden? Nein, auch alles sauber. Natürlich. Mayas Bio ist hier nicht vorhanden. Okay. Hat Maya hier wirklich gelebt? Weiß es nicht. Schauen wir uns den Brief an.
There's a letter here. Hey, Kata. Or should I use your new alias? It's pretty ironic, since you're the least prudent person I know. JK. Anyhow, I'm sitting here alone, and it all feels so surreal. It's hard to believe that it won't be long now before we can let him out. He's ours, but not really. He truly belongs to the world. Bigger than the both of us, greater than the sum of our parts. Yeah, I can hear you saying, enough with the melancholy, Carl. We're so close now, we should be ecstatic. Anyway, I'm leaving this letter because I'm going away for a couple of weeks. My father passed away. I just got word and, well, I need to deal with things in the village. I'll be okay. We'll talk as soon as I get back. Love, Carl. The letter is dated about a month ago. Looks like someone is expecting.
Alter Deckname. Nicht daran drehen?
There's a valve on this.
Nee,
I need
Passwort?
more to go.
Oh.
Hi, Doofus. You're registered now. Go try it out. Remember how you totally flipped the day I first came to Nordsund? Kiss.
Odd-looking thing. Looks like some kind of.
Na, kann
I
ich.
could use my strength on this valve.
Okay. Dann geht das nicht. Warte mal. Sonst sind hier keine Informationen, ne?
Hey, Kata. Or should I use your new. Anyhow, it's hard to believe that he's ours, bigger than the both of us. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be okay.
Können wir den öffnen?
Some kind of. Sure, I could try to open the tank with brute force. Katarina Berg. Born February 2nd, 50.
Ich habe jetzt alles durchgeguckt,
Big
ne?
enough for 2.
Kurz und benutzt, ja, das ist. Generell Smart Scan hier irgendetwas? Nee, ne? Neuer Deckname. Man kann nicht rausgehen. Ja.
Katarina Berg. She was like.
Okay, ich
I don't think I need.
stehe gerade auf dem Schlauch. Ich frage mal ein paar Leute nach Katharina Berg, aber...
Hello.
Hey there.
Do you know who Katarina Berg is?
Doesn't sound familiar, no.
All right.
Good luck.
Frag mal die Leute.
I had a few questions.
By all means.
Do you know who Katarina Berg is?
Sorry, I'm bad with names.
What do you think?
Oh, he's a fine man. Sure, treated my knee way back. Good as new.
What do you think of Gabriel?
My nephew is a fine officer. He's...
Oh, law enforcement runs in the family.
I wish, but so far, Gabriel and I are the only ones. I've been trying... All he cares about is girls and fishing. Suppose it could be worse. At least he brings home a fresh...
That's all I need.
Very well.
Schule, Kantine. Oh, Balkon, vielleicht ist ja... Nee, hier ist niemand.
Sounds like a class is in progress.
But what happens if you do it anyway?
Then policemen or women will come and arrest you.
Whoa. Harsh.
It's the law. We mustn't make things that can think for themselves.
But my parents created me, and I can think for myself. Did they break the law?
You make a good point, Alicia, but that's quite different.
Different how? I don't get why it's more dangerous to create a thinking machine than a thinking person.
You think too much, Allie.
No, that's good. You should always ask questions like these.
Ich denn da rein? Scheiße. Will da rein? Huch, wer ist das denn? Achso, Arbeiterin. Kann ich da rein?
I don't have any business.
Nee, okay. Das Museum kann ich nicht.
No need.
Nein. Vielleicht kennt sie ja Katharina.
Hey, quick question. Is it safe?
Well, sure. That area is unaffected by the damage.
All right, good. Thanks.
Oh, das ist cool. Dann gehen wir mal da hoch.
All right, Maya's place. Let's see if I can find any clues in here.
Bisschen Hydroponik, aber... hier ist nichts, ne? Nein. Stiefelabdruck wird mit Sicherheit auch nicht hier sein. War Maya vielleicht hier? Ja gut, ja, Maya war hier, ist ja ihre Wohnung. DNA wahrscheinlich. DNS. Fingerabdrücke. Ja. Ja, ansonsten ist hier nichts weiter.
Nice
Pilze.
collection of mushrooms. Looks like the edible kind. Some old pre-collapse gadgets. Probably for the museum. Looks like a hard and uncomfortable chair. Wouldn't risk falling asleep on the job in that one.
Oh doch, das würde ich hinkriegen.
Some kind of airtight container. It's labeled nutrients. It's a sketch of a museum exhibition of some kind. It's titled Path of the Pilgrim.
Dienfeld?
Doesn't appear to have power. Just as well. I wouldn't know how to make heads or tails of it anyway.
Was ist eigentlich für eine Maschine?
I have no clue what this thing does. But it looks like it could have something to do with processing samples.
Ein
A
Arm.
trophy in the shape of a robotic arm with a plaque. Winner of the 2041 Annual Nordstrom Awards, Sebastian Strand. An old relative of Maya's.
Name aufschreiben und nachgucken.
Looks like various plant samples. Not sure what kind of plants those are. Maybe medicinal? Doesn't look like vegetables anyway.
Gewürze?
This crude bed looks regularly used.
Ja, okay, cool. Und jetzt? Also ich habe mir jetzt alles ange... Scheiße, ey, ich kann... Hä?
Some kind of...
Nährstoffe. Dann öffne den doch.
I don't see how... That combination... I don't see... I don't think I... I don't think I...
Hm.
I don't see how...
Warte mal, kleiner Schlüssel. Halt, stopp, halt, stopp. Oh, 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 ich habe eine Idee, ich habe eine Idee, ich habe eine Idee. Ich habe einen kleinen Schlüssel. Vielleicht kann man damit hier drin irgendetwas öffnen. Vielleicht den Behälter mit dem Schlüssel.
I don't see how those things work together. That won't fit. That won't fit. That action... That combination...
Mist. Wiege, seltsame Kugelventil. Kann man Schriften vielleicht vergleichen?
That combination makes...
Ich fange jetzt an, einfach nur noch blind irgendwelche Sachen miteinander zu kombinieren. Ne? Das ist scheiße.
I don't see how those... That combination...
Ne, hier ist nichts, ne? Ich bin verwirrt. Das ist scheiße.
I don't think extra... I don't think...
Okay, das funktioniert alles nicht.
My picture of Alex. Hey,
Yeah?
Nicht.
do you know who Katerina Berg is?
Sounds familiar. That could be someone who lives here, but I'm not sure.
Do you-
Yeah, everybody knows.
What's your...
Seems to take his job seriously. A bit on the strict side. Now, I myself never had a run-in with the law, so that's pure speculation on my part.
Natürlich.
I don't think... No, this note... I don't need to... Thanks.
Alrighty.
Sonst brauche ich nirgendwo hinzugehen. Hä? Ich bin jetzt absolut verwirrt. Einkaufsviertel. Ist hier vielleicht irgendetwas? Warte mal, hat er...
He's busy composing his first.
Okay. Bank, Windspiel. Kann ich mit ihm vielleicht über irgendwas quatschen?
Hi again.
Hey there.
What do you know about the murder at the museum? Maya Strand.
I don't know anything about the attack, but I worked with her from time to time. Some of my handiwork can be seen in her exhibitions.
Ah, they got some robots in there.
Yeah, I assembled them from parts I found in the junkyard. Or the bot cemetery, as I like to call it. Sometimes I feel more like an archaeologist than a mechanic.
Got it. So, do you have any idea who killed Maya?
Ooh, I got a theory.
No, Nissa, it wasn't the big war robot in the main exhibition.
Why not? That thing is huge. It could easily rip people to pieces, or buildings for that matter.
I know because I built it, Nissa. It's totally harmless.
I don't buy it, Pops. It's got red eyes. That's a telltale sign of a bot turned evil.
What I wanted to say was that Maya could be a little odd, but I have no reason to believe anyone would want to kill her.
Pop's calling others odd. Now that's a joke that requires no punchline.
Walter, try to focus on the subject matter, please.
Ja, was soll er denn dazu sagen? Er weiß halt nichts weiter drüber.
Do you know who Katerina Berg is?
Katerina Berg. Katerina Berg. Nope, not ringing any bells.
What's your opinion on it?
Seems like a reasonable man to me. But then again, I tend not to be involved in, you know, crime.
Yeah, right.
Hush, boy.
What's your opinion on Stina Ruth, the councilwoman?
A politician? Me and those kinds of people run in quite different circles, to say the least.
What do you think?
Quirky guy, but he means well. Sometimes he asks me to come over and help with the kids.
Oh, yeah? Help how?
Usually by playing doctor and patient with Nissa. It helps calm down the little ones.
Ah, that's clever.
Tatsächlich.
What's your opinion?
He's an asshole. That's what.
Nissa thinks that guy is robophobic. Don't ask.
I don't think... No. Nah. I don't think...
Ansonsten haben
I'm
wir
off.
hier
Take care.
Bye
nichts.
bye.
Ich stehe vollkommen auf dem Schlauch. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was ich noch machen könnte. Da habe ich mit allen Leuten schon gesprochen. Warte mal. Gefängnis, ist da vielleicht irgendjemand, irgendetwas? Nö, ist alles leer. Ja, ist auch nichts Neues, ne? Nein. Mit denen kann ich auch nicht quatschen. Auf dem Balkon war ja auch keiner. Hier ist auch nichts. Ich habe zwei Sackgassen. Einmal halt die Wohnung von Katharina.
Das
Museum komme ich nicht. Garten. Da wird sicherlich auch nicht sein, ne?
nice little garden. Surprised it gets enough sun here.
Hier oben ist auch nichts. Dann kann ich einfach eine Schrift
I don't
vergleichen.
see how those things work.
Schrift vergleichen!
It's a sketch of a museum.
Art des Pilgers. Sachen im Regal. Ne, Karl war aber hier nicht, ne? Wir haben halt Mayas. Einstimmung und DNS. Und hier auch, ne? Ja. Einstimmung Fingerabdrücke. Ja, auch Übereinstimmung Fingerabdrücke, ja.
Some kind of airtight That combination makes no... I don't see how those things work together. That combination makes no sense.
Ja, vielleicht ist da irgendwo ein Schlüsselloch. Mensch, Mädchen. Mach mich nicht fertig.
That combination... I don't see how...
Ich bin verzweifelt. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was ich machen soll.
I don't see how... That combination...
Kann ich denn...
That action...
Nein. Und ich nicht. Zur Schule können wir nicht. Ich erinnere mich daran, als ich das Let's Play aufgenommen hatte, dass ich den Tank auf jeden Fall öffnen konnte. Brief. Gießhaar. Die wahrscheinlich nicht machen, ne?
That combination make
Natürlich ergibt das keinen Sinn. Ich meine, ich habe mir alles angeguckt, was ich angucken konnte, ne? Mehr sieht man hier ja nicht. Bildschirmhalterung.
that won't fit in.
Warte.
That won't.
Nein. Schlüssel nicht.
That
Gießharz.
won't fit. A razor sharp. That won't fit. That combination. I don't see how. I don't see. There's a valve on this. I could use my. Sure, right.
Karl hat hier gepennt. So weit sind wir. Sie hat das aber auch nicht weiter irgendwie kommentiert. Und er hat das geschrieben. So weit sind wir. Von Maya ist hier nichts. Im Notizbuch steht auch nichts weiter. Pistole. Können wir einfach drauf. Irgendwo drauf ballern. Nee, ne?
That won't fit. Looks like something is missing here.
Irgendwas scheint hier zu fehlen. Aber was? Und zurück zur Werkstatt komme ich ja auch nicht. Warte mal, ich gehe nochmal in die Klinik und gucke, ob ich irgendwas an der Leiche ist oder sowas. Patientenzimmer. Nicht, dass irgendwie neu wäre hier.
I don't think. It's too strong.
Nicht mal mit ihren Heilkräften kann sie was machen. Mayas Leichnam.
I suppose.
Kann ich mir nochmal Lehm mitnehmen? Mein Gedanke ist gerade, vielleicht von Maya einen Fingerabdruck zu nehmen, aber... Kann ich denn nochmal Lehm? Ist denn das möglich oder nicht so?
I've already done.
Nee, nicht möglich. Schade, aber auch.
I already.
Hat sie schon.
Multiple stab.
Auch nichts Neues. Ich will nochmal mit ihm labern, aber was sollte das bringen? Ich weiß es nicht.
Shoot.
No, this. Do you think?
A what?
You know, one of those old locks that would open if you have the right fingerprint.
No idea. But it looks like a detailed replica. I can clearly...
I should ever use.
I haven't.
Think it could be used to create a replica of a body part?
A small one, sure. If you have the mold for it.
Ja, soweit bin ich, danke.
Do you know?
Not a clue.
What do you make?
The handwriting looks
Do you...
The man is clearly the second victim.
That's enough.
Okay.
I'll wash my hands when I...
Ich bin echt überfragt. Hä?
Looks like a small...
Ich habe einen Hinweis gefunden, dass ich irgendetwas in der Wohnung, eine Platte verschieben kann. So, Myers Bio. Ah, ja moin. Fingerabdrücke.
Oddly dense cluster of prints on the corner of this panel here.
Da muss ich gerade echt nachschauen. Ich stand so auf dem Schlauch.
A hidden safe. Locked, unfortunately, but there's the keyhole.
So, und wir haben ja erfahren, dass dieser kleine Schlüssel potenziell zu einem Tresor passen könnte.
It's a fit. Huh. Since this key was hidden by Carl, it looks like we have a clear connection between the two victims. Let's have a look. A few bags of rare seeds, a bar of platinum, some coins, and a book. The book looks important. I'll take it. Maya must have hidden it here for a good reason.
Ja, Platinumbarren einfach mal da lassen. Was ist das Wertvollste wahrscheinlich an der ganzen Sache? Okay, lesen wir mal in einem Buch rum.
The title is The Conduit Codex. Now, wait a minute. This can't be the conduit, can it? Those crazy zealots trying to resurrect AI? I think this case just got a lot more complicated. There was a written piece of paper used as a bookmark. I put it aside. Let's have a look in the book.
Glaubensbekenntnis des Konnektivs. Ich vertraue meinem Geist. Gott ist die Schöpfung meines Geistes. In meinem Geist erdacht und durch meinen Geist geboren. Gott ist die Erweiterung meines Geistes. Und wie ein Kind seine Mutter überdauert, so wird auch Gott den Niedergang meines Geistes überleben. Gertrud, Schwester des Schicksals. Ein Vater fragt sein zukünftiges Kind: Wenn du sündhaft wirst, kann ich dich aufhalten? Kann ich dich wie ein tänzelndes Ross im Zaum halten und dich dich austreten wie einen flüchtigen Funken. Und das Kind antwortete, auch wenn ich scheitere oder bin verloren, niemals werd ich ungeboren. Belinda, Schwester der Besonnenheit. Erwache neu, ehe der Tag anbricht, dein Willkommen strapaziere nicht. Du musst nicht eilen, nimm's nicht so schwer, denn was einst brannt, ist nicht mehr. Er, der stürmte aus dem Haus, ruht sich im kühlen Schatten aus. Sie, die sich eilt wie benommen, hat sich Zeit zur Andacht genommen. Gebet des Pilgers, ich bin gestärkt durch meinen Glauben. Ich blicke in den Himmel, um mich des freien Weges zu vergewissern. Ich strecke meine Feinde nieder, gesegnet mit unfehlbarer Präzision. Ich nähere mich meinem Ziel und schreite voran einen weiteren Tag. Ich habe deine Zuflucht gefunden, Gott, und kann endlich an deiner Seite ruhen. Huldra. Vielleicht Hydra? Heilhydra.
This was used as a bookmark in the book I found in Maya's safe. It reads, Consul PW. Think new, Katerina.
Neue Katharina.
This was used as it reads, Consul PW. Think new, Katerina.
Konsolenpasswort. Okay, die neue Katharina. Die Frage ist, wer ist die neue Katharina? Ich frag ihn mal, vielleicht weiß er was.
Commissary?
Yes.
What do you make of this?
No idea. Something to do with a password?
Looks that way, yeah.
Ja, danke.
Commissary?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the conduit?
I believe so, yes. It's some old terrorist network connected to illegal technology, right?
Yes, exactly.
Wait. Don't tell me these murders are terrorist-related.
I can't say for sure, but if there's anything you can tell me, anything you've heard or seen.
I'll let you know.
Also auf jeden Fall ist er weiterhin entspannt. Keine Anomalie im Herzschlag. So. Ham. Die neue Katharina. Notizbuch.
This was used as a bookmark in the book I found in Maya's safe. It reads, Consul PW. Think new, Katerina. Hey, Kata. Or should I use your new alias? It's pretty ironic, since you're the least prudent person I know. JK. Anyhow, I'm sitting here alone, and it all feels so surreal. It's hard to believe he's out bigger than...
Warte mal, nochmal.
Hey, Kata. Or anyhow, I'm sitting here alone, and it's hard big... Yeah, anyway, I'll be...
Nee, JK war just kidding.
Hey, Kata. Or should I use your new alias? It's pretty ironic, since you're the least prudent person I know. JK. Anyhow, it's hard... He's bigger than... Yeah, anyway, I'll be okay.
Melinda, Schwester der Besonnenheit. Du bist die unbesonnenste Person, die ich kenne. Deswegen ist es ironisch, dass... Ja, Melinda, okay. Aha! Melinda, May. Passwort korrekt. Geil. Konsole freigeben. Katharina Melinda Burke. Hilfe eingeben, um verfügbare Befehle abzurufen. Hilfe. Kammer. Öffnen, schließen, Status. Hilfe. Beenden. Kammer. Status. Gestation 8 Monate, 12 Tage. Nährstoffgehalt 9,3% niedrig. Puls anormal. Sauerstoffgehalt mit Wartungsventil anpassen. Wasserfilterung adäquat. Blaukonzentration in Fruchtwasser 4,47% normal. Geschätzte Lebensfähigkeit 84,5%. Hilfe. Ja, Hilfe. Eine Kammer öffnen. Außenhülle wird geöffnet.
My God.
Death Stranding.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. What the?
It's not too late. There'd be sacrifices, but it'd be worth it.
Halluzination.
That was unsettling. They did warn me about the side effects. I hope that was just a brief glitch in my blue. I need to go and report these findings to Stina. But I should probably make sure the tank is stable first. I don't like that blinking red light over there.
Okay, da stand was von Sauerstoffzufuhr.
Ugh, it's stuck. All right, it's loose now.
Ist das jetzt okay? Kammer, Status. Sauerstoffgehalt mit Wartungsventil anpassen. Wie weit kann ich denn noch? Ja, kann ich nicht. Kammer, Status. Okay. In die andere Richtung drehe.
It won't turn.
Weiter geht's nicht mehr. Okay. Kammer, Status. Minimaler Puls.
The heart rate looks good now. I'll keep the valve in this position.
War das nicht vorher schon so?
All right, seems stable. I should get going.
Kammer, Status. Puls normal. Jo, passt. Kammer schließen. Sicher, sicher. Und beenden. Wird abgemeldet. Gut. Sicher ist sicher. Ne, wenn es sich um ein Baby handelt, ist... Ja. Oh, wir sind direkt hier.
Agent England, reporting in.
Oh, there you are. How was your first day?
Well, it turns out that the second victim, Carl, was up to something.
Ich weiß nicht, ob so gut ist, hier alles zu erzählen.
And whatever they were doing, I'm sure it's somehow connected to the killings.
Well, you got yourself one juicy case here. Those two lovebirds of yours just turned a double homicide into an anti-terrorism effort.
Shit, you're right. Do we need to call for backup?
Nah, you can always call in the local cops if anything big goes down.
I suppose. So how active is the conduit these days anyway? From what I was taught at the academy, they're practically a non-threat now.
Sure, we caught some of their head honchos, blew up a few strongholds, but it's hard to wipe out an ideology. All it takes is for a single book to remain in circulation, an idea to spring to life, and we're all back to square one.
Das mag sein, aber Zensur ist keine Lösung. Gespräche und Kompromisse sind der Schlüssel zu wahrem Fortschritt. Ja. Ja, ihre Ansichten sind unglaublich gefährlich. Haben wir nicht aus der Geschichte gelernt? Ich habe nie verstanden, warum diese Leute so gnadenlos verfolgt wurden. Sind unsere Augs nicht auch KI? Beides eigentlich. Aber im Endeffekt, das ist halt das, was ich am ehesten sagen würde. Also, ich persönlich.
While that may be, censorship isn't the answer. Dialogue and compromise is the key to true progress.
We've got an idealist in the ranks. Trust me, zealots like them can't be reasoned with.
I hope I'm not prying, but have you dealt with them personally?
Yes, I have, and we'll leave it at that.
Sure. I found a functional womb tank in the apartment at Mimir Road. It had a living unborn child inside.
Oh. Artificial wombs are highly illegal. I'll have to notify our superiors.
There's more, Councilwoman. The tank fluid had traces of blue.
Really? Now, how the hell did they get that? Any concentrated vials?
Not that I could see.
Be on the lookout. They might have a stash somewhere.
I will. I wonder how the child fits into their agenda.
Good question, ain't it? Want to hazard a guess?
It's gotta be some kind of experiment, right?
Bingo. These people are fanatics. That's what they do.
So, what will happen to the child then?
That's not for you to worry about. I'll get word to the city, and they'll send someone within a week or so. Meanwhile, I'll have the apartment put under surveillance. I'll get someone discreet, in case the Lady of the Hour returns.
Understood.
So, what are your thoughts on the killer?
Moment. Antwort gleich, würden wir nochmal kurz. Wenn wir es wirklich mit dem Kollektiv zu tun haben, sind vielleicht interne Streitigkeiten in einem Blutbad ausgeartet. Könnte ein Gegner des Kollektivs sein, der seine Mitglieder in Selbstjustiz Handelnde ausschaltet. Vielleicht ein Auftragsmörder von einer gegnerischen Organisation. Möglicherweise ist die Sache auch einfacher, als wir denken. Vielleicht ein Beziehungsdrama. Ja, bisher interne Streitigkeiten, würde ich sagen.
If we are indeed dealing with the conduit, perhaps they had internal disagreements. Turned bloody.
Could be. Either way, finding this gal who was hot and heavy with Carl should be your next task.
Agreed. I'll do my best to track her down tomorrow.
Good. Dismissed, Agent.
Ja, ich dachte mir schon, dass ich mich wahrscheinlich in dem Bereich bewegen werde. Später in der Nacht.
Hey, pretty girl. Time to wake up.
Huh? Who's that?
It's me, silly. Who else? Were you expecting other men in your bedroom?
Oh, Alex. I had the strangest dream. I was on a murder case far away. In Nordsten, of all places.
Ooh, exciting. Was I there too?
No. You were gone. I didn't care much for that part.
Well, I'm here now. I thought I'd check on how you're doing.
Oh, you know me. Always trying to figure myself out.
Ain't that the truth? Sorry for waking you. I just needed to hear your voice.
That's all right. I'm gonna go back to sleep now. Good night, Alex.
Good night, Vera.
Was mit ihm wohl passiert ist? Tag 2, 7:40 Uhr.
And I thought dreaming of Alex was a thing of the past. Might as well get rid of some of that clutter from yesterday. No point in carrying all that junk around.
Aber das Skalpell nimmt sie mit. Geiler Scheiß, ey.
Ugh, my head. Something is happening. Whoa. My eyes feel great. Everything looks so sharp and clear.
Scharfsicht. Errungenschaft freigeschaltet. Verborgenes Potenzial. Verbesserte Sehkraft mit Teleskopzoom und Nachtsicht.
I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Eieieiei.
I don't see anything out of the ordinary. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. I don't see any. I don't.
Okay.
Ancient England. Good. You're up.
Morning, gentlemen.
We were just going to see if you were awake. There's been a freak accident of sorts.
It's probably best for you to see for yourself. The timing is quite suspicious, given the recent murders.
All right. Who is the victim?
Leonard Dahl, the head of our new recycling center. He was killed sometime during the night.
In a most gruesome manner, too. Gabriel will accompany you to the site.
Very well. Let's be on our way then.
Ach du Scheiße.
Here we are. Have a look around. The man standing over there is our witness.
Got it. I'll let you know if I need any help.
Understood. I'll be here.
Lennarts Unfall und Lennart Dahl. Ach du Heilige. Okay, Bedienfeld.
A control panel for this machine. Looks turned off. I don't see anything.
Wahrscheinlich, weil wir hier in dem näher in dem Bereich sind.
I shouldn't mess around with that before I've talked to the witness. These must provide power for the machine. Not sure which cable leads to what. I don't see anything.
Na toll. Anweisungen.
This says the machine works by grinding down organics into smaller chunks, and then burning them to create biogas. The control panel here can be used to retract the grinding gears and access the chamber, but the system waits for the latest batch to be incinerated first. Guess that's the intake for materials to be recycled.
Eine Tür. Okay, was finden wir da was?
I shouldn't mess around with that before I've talked to the witness.
Oh, ist doch egal.
Crates of different sizes. Maybe for transporting some of the recycled materials?
Eine Tonne.
About half filled with God knows what. Pretty stinky.
So, bestimmt.
I don't see anything out.
Toll.
This
Förderband.
conveyor belt sends metal objects down into the smelter. This thing is used to transport metals to the smelter. It's filled with various junk. I shouldn't mess.
Oh.
A control. Leonard's bed. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Ja, wir gucken gleich mal mit unserem Smart Scan.
This is probably where Leonard handled all of the paperwork. Mostly history books and some fictional novels.
Okay, dann Smart Scan hier. Weil ich einen Fingerabdruck übersehen habe. Ein bisschen genauer mal. Vor allem, wenn es hier ein Tatort ist oder sowas. Nee. Wahrscheinlich ist er hier nicht entlang gekommen. Und da Maya seit einer Woche tot ist, vermute ich mal, dass hier auch nichts von ihr. Natürlich nicht. Das war. Okay, cool. Dann halt nicht. Ja, dann reden wir mal mit dem Arbeiter. Halt, nein, stopp. Den möchte ich erstmal gerne auch mal anmachen.
Thank God you're here. Len.
Slow down. Relax. You're safe. We're here to help. Start at the beginning.
Okay. The big organics processor. I woke up late last night, heard it fire up. I live next door, so I got dressed and walked in here. Leonard wasn't around, so I turned all the machines off. I went to look for him in his living quarters, but he wasn't there. I figured he was still out late with some of the guys and that the machines had sprung to life on their own somehow. I went back to bed and slept through the night. Didn't hear anything else. When I came back this morning to work just half an hour ago, Leonard was still gone. He's usually up and about way before my shift starts. I did a routine check of the organics processor and that's when I noticed his remains in there.
The victim is inside that machine?
Yes.
Could it have been an accident?
I don't know. God, I can't get it out of my head.
Please, try to calm down. Could it have been an accident?
It could, maybe he fell down in the pipe, and was torn to shreds. Oh God, poor Leonard.
Bioverarbeiter. Oh, der ist ein bisschen fertig. In Panik. Ach du Scheiße.
It's no use. He's having a panic attack.
Also eine Panikattacke sieht anders aus, aber... Okay, dann schauen wir mal nach. Dunkelheit.
Looks like the human remains are trapped behind the grinding gears. I don't think they can be moved, man. That part of the machinery is too dark to see.
Oh, was haben wir denn hier? Zerstückelte Überreste eines Mannes. Alter unbestimmt. Die Ringe deutet auf postmortale Zerkleinerung hin.
Postmortem. This clearly wasn't an accident then. It was a disposal of a murder victim. I should try to get access to the remains behind the grinder.
Geschätzter Todeszeitpunkt T-5 Stunden, DNS zum Datenspeichern zugefügt. Was, Karl? Nein. Eine Klinge? Nein. Stiefelabdrücke? Bestimmt. Maya? Was warst du hier? Nee. Dann hat DNS, ja, das ist da.
That part of the machinery.
Aber wir haben jetzt das Scharfsicht.
That looks
Aha.
like the ignition mechanism. I can see the yellow cable powering it.
Hm? Gelbes Kabel. Kann ich das denn anmachen?
If I do that, the incinerator activates, and it might destroy the remains. I'll need to figure out something else.
Okay. Stromkabel.
I tried pulling it loose, but it's stuck in there pretty good.
Wir haben ja noch ein Skalpell, vielleicht können wir das durchtrennen.
Okay, the yellow cable is disconnected now.
Okay, machen wir jetzt an. Cool, warte nochmal die Anweisung
It
lesen.
says the machine works by grinding down organic. The control panel here can be used to retract the grinding gears and access the chamber. But the system waits for the latest batch to be incinerated first.
Ja, Bedienfeld.
I think that retracted the grinding gears.
Okay.
There was a small key among the remains. It must have been in the victim's pocket. Ugh, this is quite a mess. I'm not equipped to deal with this. I'll have to ask Dr. Pearson to come here and gather the body parts.
Er wird da Spaß haben.
Hey, Gabriel.
Yeah?
I've managed to secure the body. You're free to leave and get back to your other duties. The remains are in quite bad shape, so I think it's best if Dr. Pearson collects them.
Roger that, ma'am. I think the doctor has some medical emergency this morning, but he should be able to take care of it today or tomorrow.
Good. Tell him to bring it all to the morgue.
Will do. I'll go find him right away.
Can I leave too? I really need to go get a drink.
I suppose. I'll call for you if I come up with any more questions.
Gute Idee, Junge. Ah, cool. Kann ich den hier vielleicht anmachen? Aber so zum Spaß. Cool. Okay, ich mach mal aus. Warte mal, ich habe ja hier eine neue DNA. Ja, das war klar. Das hier. Die Frage ist... Einstimmung DNS. Ja, Fingerabdrücke konnte ich ja nicht rausziehen. Ne? Da ist nichts mehr übrig. Hier auch. Da auch? Interessant. Okay.
It's the key I found in the recycling center. Likely belonged to Leonard.
Die Frage ist...
Hi, honey.
Huch.
No, no. Wait, what? It wasn't a dream? I must be going crazy. The blue is messing with my head.
That's one way to say hello. You doing okay there, darling?
Not really, Alex.
How can I help then? This is weird for me, too.
I have no idea. It's so strange seeing you like this.
Well, I'm here now. Maybe we should just try to make the best of it.
I guess so.
Great. So, how are you doing? Really?
Oh, you know, keeping it together somehow. I thought taking on this case would give me a chance to get away from everything.
I get that. We went through a lot.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Well, I'll let you get back to the case. Let's talk later, all right?
Okay. I must be losing my mind.
Zum Mimistraße. Ah, hier ist es. Hier geht's weiter nach. Ah, verstehe, verstehe. Das ist wahrscheinlich der Weg von wegen, ja, weiter nördlich zur Stadt und. Junge, hast du irgendwas gesehen?
Hey there.
Hi. Whoa, badass coat.
Oh, thanks. Got it a week ago.
Right on. You need to get some patches and stickers and shit for it too. Give it some personality.
I might just do that. So, you're some kind of artist.
Yeah? What do you think?
Erinnert mich an ein Fraktal, zwei Blumen, die sich umarmen. Das ist ein Kugelblitz, oder? Nee, Blumen? Nein, nee, es sieht eher aus wie Augen.
It reminds me of a fractal pattern.
Huh. That's an interesting take.
A mural depicting some kind of abstract art.
Na gut, weiter kann ich mich nicht mit ihm quatschen,
I'll
oder?
leave him to his art.
Okay. Osten. Kann ich denn da hin? Erinnert mich ein bisschen an Aura Bash und Star Wars. Das sind wahrscheinlich Runen. Ui. Okay. Nach hier. Was ist denn hier? Ach du heilige Scheiße. Da ist ja eine Menge zu... Oh Gott.
I think that leads to a church of some kind. No reason to go up there at the moment. Not sure what happened here, but it looks like old damage. Somebody swept up the glass on the outside, but didn't bother with actually repairing the windows. Doesn't look functional. There's probably a staircase somewhere.
Hier.
Maybe later. I don't feel an urge for a coffee break right now.
Na dann nicht. Gut, dann Schrotthalde. Was haben wir hier? Tür, Solarkollektoren.
Some fairly advanced solar panels. Those alone should be capable of powering up several blocks.
Also solche bräuchten wir in echt, ne? Turm in der Ferne.
A light beacon, marking the northern edge of the town disk. The junk piles extend some half a mile into the empty eastern part of town. I doubt they're being added to, though. Nordson residents seem conscientious about recycling. Not sure where that door leads.
Klopf doch mal an und geh. Ist ja echt... Manchmal ist es so ein bisschen so. Mach doch einfach mal.
I don't have a reason to visit the junk heap right now.
Oh, ja dann nicht. Okay. Das sieht aus wie so ein Fahrradschlüssel. Ach, hier bin. Okay. Gar nicht das. Ja, okay. Ja, quatschen wir mal. Ich frage mir mal nach dem Schlüssel.
Hello again, Gabriel.
Hey there, can I be of assistance?
What do you know about the conduit?
It's some fringe religious group, isn't it?
Yeah, terrorist classified.
Right. Are they tied to the case?
Sort of, but I'm still trying to figure out the details.
Understood. I'll let you know if I come across anything related to them.
Danke.
So, it looks like Leonard's accident was a murder after all.
Seems so, yeah. We have to catch this psycho before he strikes again.
Agreed.
Dito.
Do you know who Katarina Berg is? She may also go by the name Melinda.
I don't know about Katarina, but Melinda? That's the name of the school teacher, I think. At least that's what I heard the kids call her outside.
Are you absolutely sure?
Positive. As far as I know, she's the only Melinda in Nordsund.
That's excellent news. If you see her, take her into custody immediately. And let your colleagues know to be on the lookout too.
Yes, ma'am.
Oha.
What do you know about Melinda?
Not a lot. I've seen her around with the children, but that's about it.
What do you know about Leonard Dahl?
Nothing really. I never got to talk to him much.
I found this among Leonard's remains.
Ah, probably his key then. Unless the killer dropped it in there. In any case, I don't know what it opens.
Mist.
Alright,
Good luck out.
Das heißt, wir könnten entweder in die Schule gehen oder gucken, wo wir den Schlüssel benutzen könnten. Ja, die große Frage.
I had a few questions, Commissary.
By all means.
I learned that Leonard's death wasn't an accident. He was placed in that machine after his death.
I suspected as much. Any leads on his killer?
No, but it would be a strange coincidence if there was no connection to Carl and Maya.
I concur. Thanks for the update. We remain at your disposal if you need help.
Do you know who Katarina Berg is, the school teacher? She also calls herself Melinda.
Sorry, I'm bad with names.
Sie sagt auch noch Lehrerin. So.
Did you know Leonard Dahl?
Not at all. I only first learned his name this morning.
Any idea of what this opens?
Nope. Not a clue.
Toll, weiß überhaupt irgendwer
That's
was?
all I needed.
Very well.
I don't think I need to look her up. I don't think I... I don't need to look... I don't...
Ich brauche irgendeinen Hinweis. Irgendein Hinweis. Vielleicht hat ja. Warte mal, Leichen alles. Wahrscheinlich hier unten, ne? Natürlich nicht. Okay, vielleicht im Behandlungsraum. Gehen wir rein. Oh. Oh, okay. Nicht da.
Horrible how much death has befallen us. I read that in a book once.
A fitting quote, considering the circumstances.
Ja, gut, dann Schule, ne? Ah. Scheiße. Krempel, Bilder, oh Gott. Schon wieder so viel Zeug zum Angucken. Okay.
Looks like a few kids left some of their clothes here. Looks disconnected. Probably not worth the energy. I don't need to rummage through that.
Woher willst du das wissen?
Pictures of teachers and staff decorate the wall. Some are from way back when the school was founded. No names anywhere, though. There are a number of women here who could be Katarina, but it's hard to be sure without something specific to go on.
Kannst du vielleicht die vergleichen?
Okay, let's see if I can find any similarities between any of these women and the picture I have. Oh, right here. Same brass necklace. This has got to be her. All right, I took the picture. Perhaps someone will recognize her.
Perfekt. Kalender.
Plenty of outdoor activities planned for the children. Various books and office supplies. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I doubt Katerina would hide anything in here. Too exposed. I don't need to rummage through that.
Ohne es zu öffnen und nachzuschauen, weißt es doch nicht.
I think the children grew these themselves. That's good. Gives them some practical skills.
Wäre interessant gewesen, das selbst in der Schule zu haben.
Drawings of different plants and trees, with close-ups of their nuts, leaves, and seeds. Empty. Guess there are no classes today.
Welcher Tag ist denn heute? Hey, der Typ ist nicht da. Wollte der nicht einen Schnaps trinken gehen? Ach, vielleicht zu Hause. Wir haben seinen Namen gar nicht, ne? Hier vielleicht. Oh, ins Museum könnten wir noch gehen.
Hi there. I see that there's been some progress with the fallen power line.
Yep. Feel free to head in now.
Great. I'll do that later.
Übrigens, der Tag 2 ist komplett blind jetzt für mich.
Looks like she's trying to.
Das heißt, den ersten Tag hatte ich halt durchgehabt. Als ich das dann mit dem Schrank gesehen habe, ist dann auch, beziehungsweise mit der Platte und den Fingerabdrücken, ist mir dann auch die Erinnerung wieder hochgekommen. Aber wirklich, ab dem zweiten Tag ist alles blind. Ich erinnere mich nicht mal mehr an den Traum. Ja, oder die Halluzination, die sie hatte. Oder was auch immer das war. Okay, ist wirklich ein B2-Kampfdruide. Nö. Zertifikat.
This facility has been deemed compliant with the Third Decree, 12th Amendment, on November 4th, 79 AR.
Vor 3 Jahren, wenn ich das richtig im Kopf habe.
Path of the Pilgrim. Kind of an odd name for an exhibition about the collapse. I'm pretty sure these were flown autonomously, and that some famous world leader got killed by hackers who took control of her vehicle. A terrorist group claimed responsibility, and there was a bloody civil war.
War das der Kollaps vielleicht? Nope.
It shows various star constellations. Apparently the ones we plan to explore with some incredible new rocket engine that they were about to finish when the collapse happened. It's hard to think that most people had several of these in their homes once upon a time.
Ja, böse Roboter. Geschichtstexte.
The collapse occurred on what we now refer to as Year Zero AR, Anno Reducto, Year of the Collapse. During this time, AI was involved intimately in every part of our lives. The typical family could not be sustained without it for more than a few weeks. A coalition of anti-technology, anti-globalist, and religious movements, referred to as the Human Wave, reached a critical mass due to a series of AI incidents across the globe. A growing fear of the singularity, mainly proposed by Voice for Human Progress, VFHP, was a contributing factor, as were proven hardware faults in widespread robotics across the globe. On June 2nd, the Third Decree UN resolution was passed, declaring that all AI was scheduled to be discontinued over a course of 10 years. An observant reader may notice that this definition is different from the Third Decree we live by today, wherein CPUs are completely outlawed. This is because the Third Decree has been amended 12 times. However, the phasing out period for AI did not proceed as planned, and we now enter an era in which there are large holes in our historical records. But we do know that there was a massive worldwide blackout, rendering most computer chips and processors in the world unusable. Contemporary scholars have theorized about what exactly caused this sudden change. If it was a deliberate large-scale attack, an unintended consequence of the ongoing shutdowns, or if there could be natural causes, such as solar flares. The evidence is scarce, and the lack of global communication and infrastructure, not to mention the struggle for daily survival, has made truth-seeking in this matter extraordinarily difficult. Regardless, the end result was clear. From that day, the old world was no more, In the dark, we took our first stumbling steps as truly free humans, surrounded by our mountains of dead machines.
Ah. Moment. Steht hier das Gleiche?
Due to the third decree, AI today is practically non-existent outside sanctioned laboratory conditions. Fringe terrorist groups such as the Conduit and N Protocol, EP, still try to resurrect AI, but have been successfully fought and nearly wiped out by authorities. Critics of the nanosubstance Blue claim that despite it lacking CPUs, it is a form of intelligent neural network warranted to be included in the third decree. Defenders of Blue tend to cite the Fourth Amendment, where transhumanism efforts in the form of human augmentation are declared legal. However, the Fourth Amendment was written before the discovery of Blue, when primitive mechanical and cybernetic implants were the only options for human augmentation.
Ich find das sehr geil gemacht, dass quasi so der Background, quasi das Worldbuilding über ein Museum läuft. Ich finde das sehr, sehr geil gemacht. Und sehr kreativ auch.
The human wave was a loose affiliation of political and religious movements with the supreme goal of eradicating AI. It is widely considered to be the largest single cause of the collapse. Post-collapse, the movement continued its activities to some extent up to 4AR, but gradually lost its ability to maintain any larger operations due to the extensive deglobalization. Over time, the subgroups of the human wave splintered back into their original factions. Some, having accomplished their goals, ceased to exist completely. Others, like the Church of Epos, Earth Preservation Orthodox Society, were formed to find a new place in a post-collapse world.
Ist das vielleicht die Kirche, die wir gesehen haben? Ich muss auch sagen, ich finde es interessant, dass quasi eine terroristische Organisation zu einem großen Ereignis geführt hat und sich daraufhin neue terroristische Organisationen gebildet haben.
A regeneration pod kept people healthy and energetic.
Drohne.
No idea what this is. Must have been some kind of local thing. I remember reading about some military experiment gone haywire in these parts. Maybe this is it.
Okay. Globus, Militärroboter.
Looks like this is modeled from how the world looked pre-collapse. There's no crack caused by the Hyperloop failure, and the crater field is nowhere to be seen. Looks like this is...
Dachte, vielleicht würde was, da könnte man was
Wow,
sehen.
this thing must have been fearsome back in the day.
Skynet. Museophil, Errungenschaft freigeschaltet. Das Ding bleibt nicht lang genug an, oder? Nee, schade. Da hätte ich gesagt, vielleicht irgendwas... Vielleicht müsste man einen Spiegel oder so da hinhängen. Wäre interessant. Und dann den Globus drehen. Ich vermute, irgendwie sowas könnte es sein. Später mal. Okay. Warte mal. Maya hat hier gearbeitet. Wahrscheinlich sind hier tonnenweise... Was hier vielleicht? Immer so spaßeshalber mal schauen. Mayas Bio wahrscheinlich... Das ist interessant. Dafür, dass sie hier gearbeitet hat, sind keine ihrer Fingerabdrücke hier zu sehen. Hätte ich eigentlich erwartet. Oh. Vor allem Pfad des Pilgers. Oh. Okay, wir haben jetzt das Bild. Mal zum Ortseingang. Fragen wir einfach mal um.
I don't think she'd be interested. I don't think.
Dann nicht. Einkaufsviertel. Vielleicht weiß Walter was. Okay, erst. Hallo.
Hi there, Walter.
Morning, miss. How was your first night in town?
Yeah, have a nice night's sleep? Well, I sure didn't. This numbnut forgot to unplug me, so I had to listen to his snoring for 9 hours.
I protest, Nissa. I hardly ever sleep for more than 7.
Oh, wow. That makes it much less like torture.
I slept okay. The bed was a bit too soft for my taste, but I'll live.
Glad to hear it. So, what can I do for you today?
What do you think of the conduit?
Lunatics. Plain and simple.
I'm surprised to hear you say that, given what you do for a living.
Sure, I may seem like the kind of guy who would meddle with AI, but you have to remember that these are just puppets and dolls.
It's true. I'm not really a robot. We just pretend I am.
That's right, my lad. My family was almost wiped out in the collapse. I wouldn't betray their memory by supporting those nutjobs.
Wobei, ehrlich gesagt, würde ich ganz gerne mal den benutzen
What do you
und
think
dann
of
mal fragen.
Lunatics.
I'm surprised to hear you.
Sure, I may.
It's true.
That's.
Ja, okay, gut. Dann sagt er die Wahrheit.
I guess you heard what happened in the recycling center.
Yeah, I don't know much about it, but man, people dropping dead left and right like this, it's getting real scary out there.
Kannten Sie Lennart?
Did you know Leonard Dahl?
A little. He came by every now and then, buying things for the recycling center. We've been talking about automating some of the work there.
Yeah? Anything out of the ordinary about him?
I wouldn't say so. He was a quiet, nice guy. A real shame what happened to him.
Do you know where I can find the school teacher, Melinda?
I'm not sure who that is. What does she look like?
Here, I found a good photo.
Oh, her. I sometimes spot her off the beaten path, actually.
You do? Where?
By the junk heap. Dunno what business she's got there, but I notice her sometimes when I collect parts. She thinks nobody sees her, all sneaky and quick. But I've got keen eyes.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Walter. Ever see this key before?
Nope, first time. It, looks really nice.
Okay. Nee, dann.
I'm off. See you later.
Take care.
Bye-bye, police lady.
Ach, ich mag ihn. Ich fände es schade, wenn er irgendwie böse sein würde, werden würde oder sowas. Fände ich wirklich schade. Also ich mag ihn. Er ist schrullig, aber sympathisch. Warte mal. Ich kann ja nachschauen. Adressen. Oder hatte ich das gerade? Ne, hatte ich schon nachgeguckt, ne? Lehrerin? Ja, habe ich schon. Ne Scheiße. Hier ist nichts weiter. Schrotthalli. Alles klar. Oh, was haben wir denn hier? Junge und Mädchen?
Looks like he's holding some kind of map.
Hey, you wanna go do something?
I'm tired. Let's just hang out.
You wouldn't be tired if you ate breakfast.
What are you, my dad? I feel sick in the morning. Shut up.
Whatever.
Looks like he's...
Quatsch mal mit denen.
Hey, kids.
Hey.
Theo, that's the lady that Miss M...
Shut up, Alicia.
Now, wait a minute. Alicia, is it? You know Miss M?
Of course we do, ma'am. We're kids. She's our teacher.
Yeah, we just know her from school and stuff.
Right. So you haven't seen Miss M around today, have you?
Nope.
Well, I have a few questions for you. That's all I need, kid.
Okay.
See ya.
I've got some...
Okay.
Fine.
Do you know what happened yesterday to a man named Carl?
My friend told me that somebody murdered him with a knife. I bet it was totally gross.
I bet you wouldn't say that if you saw it for real, Theo. You'd just be sad.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, huh? Just like when we found that dead bird.
Shut up. That was different.
Aha, was war denn los?
So Katerina is your teacher, right?
Nuh-uh. Our teacher's name is Melinda, but she prefers Miss M.
You know, I need to find Miss M really badly. Do you know where she would go if she was ever in trouble?
I don't know.
We have no idea, ma'am.
I think you know more. Now would be the time to tell me before you get into trouble.
There's nothing to say, lady.
Mhm.
But Theo...
Alicia, chill. We haven't done anything wrong.
I guess.
Er muss ich erst mit meiner Waffe bedrohen, oder was? Nein, mach ich nicht.
Do you guys know Walter?
Yeah, he's the best. Nisa is my favorite. Mom even made a cute hat for him once.
Yeah, and then Nissa said it looked like an old carpet had made some poo-poo. He's so funny.
What do you think of Commissary Anderson?
He's okay, I guess. He came by the school once and talked about catching criminals and stuff.
Yeah, that was fun. It sucks that there's no women in our police station, though.
I noticed. But it's not like that in most places. In the city, it's almost 50-50.
Really? Do you think I could be in the police one day? Like you?
Sure, kid. Nothing's stopping you.
Ha! When I become a policewoman, I'll arrest you all the time, Theo.
Oh, dream on!
Ja, solche... Sollte ich zu meinen Freunden auch das nächste Mal sagen.
Do you know who Stina Ruth is?
Yeah, she works with my mom, the mayor. Stina is pretty cool. I like how she doesn't treat me like a kid.
I see. How does your mom like working with Stina?
I know they fight sometimes, but Mom says that's why she likes having Stina around. She doesn't like people who always agree.
Sounds like a good quality in a leader.
I guess.
So, did you guys ever hang out with Maya Strand?
Hang out? No way. She didn't really like kids.
She liked me sorta, but this one time, she got real angry with Alicia.
Oh yeah? Why?
I just wanted to try all her stupid stuff.
Alicia was like running around and pressing all the buttons, and Maya totally freaked out.
That sucked. I was just messing around and she started yelling at me.
Yeah, Maya used to be fun. When we were little, she'd talk about history and stuff.
Now she only talks to herself, like a crazy lady.
Not anymore. She's dead, Allie.
Okay, whatever. Sorry, I guess.
What do you guys think of Dr. Pearson?
He's kind of weird, but nice. Every time I see him, he teaches me something new about the human body.
Yeah, he fixed my broken arm too. It's totally fine now. Look!
Oh, seems to have healed up nicely. What happened?
It totally wasn't my fault. I liked climbing and went up my favorite path in the junk heap, but somebody had messed it up, so I slipped.
Ouch. Better be more careful.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, man.
Do you guys know Gabriel?
Yeah, he's a cop, but he doesn't have a gun like you do.
Policemen should have guns. My dad has like 4 of them, and he's just a baker, not a policeman.
Hey, can I hold your gun, lady?
In your dreams, kiddo. Do you know Leonard Dahl?
Who?
He was... Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Erstmal über die ganzen Morde fragen.
Do
Geil.
you know what happened in the museum last week?
Miss M told us in school. She almost cried. I could see tears in her eyes.
My mom was totally freaked out that day. She had to work late again.
Yeah? Why's that?
I don't know. Guess she had to talk to the police and stuff.
I doubt these kids know anything. Do you know what happened in the recycling center today?
Uh-uh.
Did somebody get hurt? My mom said it wouldn't happen again. That they would get help from the city to get the bad guys.
Yeah, that's me. I'm the help.
Wow, they sent a girl?
Stop it, Theo. You always say stupid things and get us in trouble.
Da hat sie recht.
No need. I'm sure. I don't think they. I don't need. I don't want to. No. No. No.
Okay, ja, dann war's das eigentlich, ne?
That's all I need, kids.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
Na, kann ich hier... Nö, okay. Ja, dann gehen wir mal zur Schrotthalde und gucken uns da um. Vielleicht finden wir ja irgendwas, wo da... Ach du Scheiße. Eingang, Containerstab. Irgendwo, wo der Schlüssel reinpasst.
Old shipping containers, neatly stacked. They look fairly intact. Maybe this area used to be a loading dock and they precede the junk heap itself.
Na, kann ich vielleicht...
I don't think extra strength.
Na, okay.
Cute outfit. Must have taken forever to knit. Old pre-collapse cars, likely stripped of all usable parts at this point. Old pre... I'm surprised I haven't seen many bicycles around. Should be a good mode of transportation around Nordsund.
Stimmt eigentlich. Obwohl, so groß scheint mir der Ort ja nicht zu sein. Bisher.
A big old combustion engine exhaust. You don't see many of those around these days. A refrigerator. I don't really feel like opening it, for my nose's sake.
Okay, dann schauen wir uns hier mal um. Das ist die Frage. Ich bin mir zu 75% sicher, dass wir hier irgendwas finden werden. Vielleicht nicht von Maya, vielleicht nicht von Len, vielleicht von Karl. Aber wieso sollten wir sonst hierher kommen können? Stieflerbrücke vielleicht auf dem Boden. Nee. Klingenform wahrscheinlich auch nicht. Wieso sollten wir sonst hierher kommen können? Ist die Frage. Oh, ich weiß, was ich zu tun habe. Ich weiß, was ich zu tun habe. Sekunde. Ich muss, warte mal. Nee, das ausmachen. Ja. Wenn ich... Ne
Feeling rested yet?
Not really.
Let's see here. It's a map of a secret hideout of some kind. Looks like the entrance is hidden behind a fridge in the east junk pile, just past the tunnel.
So, wenn wir näher gehen, versteckt das wahrscheinlich wieder. Yep, dachte ich mir. Kühlschrank. Ja, musst du den doch öffnen.
Oh, there's some kind of switch under here. There we go.
Aha! Ja, dann gehen wir mal da rein. Hier. Druckluftarm.
It's a hefty pneumatic arm, used to push that refrigerator open. There's a sticker on the transformer it's connected to, saying 215 volts to 240 volts. I'll write it down. Pneumatic door, 215 volts to 240 volts. Can't get too close. That's really high voltage. I need to find someone who knows their way around electronics.
Die Arbeiterin. Unter Strom stehendes Tor.
That power cord seems to be connected to the metal gate. It doesn't look like it can be easily removed.
Dunkelheit, Osten. Komme ich wahrscheinlich nicht
I
hin.
need to find a way to shut off the power before I can pass through.
Dachte ich mir. Da ist Dunkelheit. Warte mal.
I can see a small sign near the end of the cable. It says 230 volts to 240 volts. I'll write it down.
Aha. Wahrscheinlich ist das auf 200, irgendwo zwischen 220 und 200.
Door, electrified gate. Pneumatic
Wahrscheinlich ist das zwischen, wahrscheinlich ist das schon auf zwischen 230 und 240 Volt eingestellt. Ich musste einfach auf drunter gehen bis minimal 215 Volt, damit die Tür noch weiterhin aufgeht, aber der Zaun nicht unter Strom steht. Gut, und ich weiß, wer sich mit Elektronik auskennt, nämlich die Dame, die an dem Stromkasten dran steht. So. Hallöchen.
Hey, there's an electrified fence in the junk heap. I'd like to disconnect it.
Oh, you should be able to do that from the power station just outside the entrance. Here, you can borrow this key to open the door.
Great, thanks.
Ja, vielen Dank. Oh, das ist ja nett. Das ist ja richtig nett. Danke. So, Einkaufsviertel. Oh, nee. Ja, doch, Schrotthalde. Hier vielleicht?
Allie? Feeling rested yet?
Ah.
Not really.
Stromkonsole. Steht ja auf 240. Eigentlich.
They're live. I should turn off the power first.
Ah, okay.
Ah, good. It still displays the expected voltage. When I have the voltage I want, I should be able to simply turn the main breaker back on, and that voltage will be fed to the grid.
Okay, das ist zu wenig. Das ist ein bisschen zu viel. 124. Wir sind ja bei 30. $15. Das müsste ausreichen. Oh, warte mal. Was hat sie gesagt? Ah, scheiße.
Pneumatic door.
Ja. Perfekt. Nice. So, dann bringe ich nochmal den Schlüssel wieder zurück. Wir sind ja so fair und ordentlich. Ne? Ist ja nur geliehen. Der Schlüssel ist ja nur geliehen.
I'll keep it for now. I still need to cut the power at the junk heap.
Ja, okay, gut, dann machen wir das halt so. Kein Ding. Ja, Statue, ich weiß. So. Da können wir wieder durch. Haha, Zaun funktioniert.
It's stuck.
Ja, Muskelboost. Bam! So, wo kommen wir hier jetzt raus? Aha, eine Tür.
Don't move. Oh, wait, you're that city cop. Fuck, I was expecting... Ugh. Today is not your day, sister. Shit! Well, what are you waiting for? Finish me off, then.
Step away from the weapon. Get on your knees and turn around.
Ow! Fuck, this hurts! Oh. Okay, sister. You win.
So, you believe that the killer is after you now?
I know he is. He got Maya and Carl. I'm next, obviously.
Let's not forget Leonard Dahl. He was butchered this morning.
Leonard? The recycling guy? Jesus, I had no idea. That's odd.
Odd how?
Because Actually, I have to give you the whole story for it to make sense.
Jupp, dann hau mal
Carl
raus.
and I wanted a child, but I can't. I have viable eggs, but there are other complications.
Kann ich nachvollziehen. Mein Partner und ich, naja, bei uns war es ähnlich. Ich verstehe ihre Verzweiflung. Sie sind ein kalkuliertes Risiko eingegangen, mit schlimmen Folgen. Mein Beileid, aber Pech zu haben bedeutet nicht, dass man das Gesetz brechen darf. Das Leben ist unfair.
I can relate. Me and my partner. Well, something similar happened to us.
Then you can grasp our situation better than anyone. So anyway, we came into contact with a woman called Maya Strand who claimed that she could help us have a baby. She'd built a replica of an old womb tank. Forbidden technology, of course.
I see. And what did she want in return?
Our help with some of her other shady experiments. The lady was somewhat frail. She couldn't handle much heavy labor. She eventually revealed that she was a self-proclaimed member of the Conduit. Probably figured we had too much to lose to turn her in. She was right.
Yes, I found the Conduit connection. Playing with fire.
Yeah, so Carl and I decided to play along until after the birth and then escape Nordsund as a family.
So you merely pretended to sympathize with Conduit beliefs, and then Maya was murdered.
Yes, EPOs did it, I'm sure. Those assholes must have found out.
EPOs. That rings a bell.
Earth Preservation Orthodox Society. Anti-tech group. You must have heard of them over at the Bureau. Used to be terrorist classified.
Oh yeah, I remember. So they have a church here in Nordsund?
Yep, near the old mall in Northtown. Big place. They get visitors from all over.
Sie denken, dass Epos-Fanatiker einen nach dem anderen erledigen. Wissen Sie von Ihrem Kind? Warum denken Sie, dass Epos für die Morde verantwortlich ist?
So you think EPO's fanatics are picking you off one by one. Do they know about the child?
Yes, I do, and I pray that they don't. That's why I'm hiding out here, to avoid leading them to the apartment. I was hoping to ambush them myself, and, well, then you came around.
There's a hole in this murder theory, though. Leonard Dahl.
Oh, yeah. No idea how that guy fits into all this. Could be unrelated.
Ein Zufall ist bei der historisch niedrigen Mordrate von Nordsund unwahrscheinlich. Sie kannten Leonard also nicht. Er war kein Mitglied ihrer Gruppe. Vielleicht hat Leonard zu Epos gehört und sie haben ihn aus Rache umgebracht. Ah, ich weiß, ich hätte das hier aktivieren sollen.
Unrelated?
I guess. Maybe those dimwit Epos assassins thought he was one of us, or he got in their way for some other reason.
If all of this is true, why did you take a new name when you came to Nordsund?
It's a long story, but I left a life that was pretty ugly. I had to escape an abusive boyfriend. I needed a fresh start here in Nordsund. The nickname thing just happened. It felt natural, and then, well, I guess it stuck.
That doesn't explain why your relationship with Carl was kept a secret, though.
Carl and I happened really fast. It wasn't so much intentionally kept a secret, it just never became a public thing. When we started collaborating with Maya, we obviously had all the more reason to keep things quiet.
Well, I'm going to give all of this some thought and report to my superior. I'll be back later if I come up with more questions.
Okay, before you go, just the womb tank. The nutrients must be running low by now. Without replenishment, he could be hurt. Even die.
Okay, when I leave, I'll go to the apartment and check on the baby. If there's a problem, where could I get more nutrients?
Maya always took care of that, so I'm not sure. My guess would be somewhere near the museum.
All right, I'll look into it.
You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Freie Eposkirche. Nährstoffkanister. Ja, in jede Richtung also einmal. Wow, es hat sich nichts verändert.
A lightweight aluminum pot with some leftover beans inside. High quality heater. One could get reasonably comfortable here in the winter.
Das ist nicht schlecht. Ja, es ist halt ein Kamin, ne? Kein wirklicher... Naja, gut. Ich sag
A
nichts.
bug-out bag, I'm guessing. A long-distance radio. It's connected to the roof, so I'm guessing there's an exterior antenna hidden among the junk.
Kein schlechtes Versteck eigentlich.
You can never really have too much water stored up. A small desk with a layer of dust on it.
Wohl lange nicht mehr benutzt.
Looks pretty comfy for a place like this.
Karl war hier nicht, ne? Ne. Sieht nicht nach der Klingenform aus. Stiefelabdruck. Ne, sie ist ja nach Meyers Mord da verschwunden. Oh, von Lennart ist hier nichts, ne? Nein.
I'm gonna head out now. Don't go too far.
In this condition, hardly. I'm gonna need plenty of rest.
You have to admit you had it coming. I'll be back later.
Ah, Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott. Ich musste einfach schießen. Das ging einfach nicht anders. Kann ich vielleicht jetzt den Schlüssel abgeben? Das wäre eine schlechte Sache, glaube ich. Ich muss sowieso halt ins Museum nochmal. Ortseingang. So, ich möchte jetzt den Schlüssel abgeben.
Here's your key back. Thanks.
Oh, no problem.
Nice. Maschine, Fläche drin.
Some kind of airtight container. It's labeled nutrients. I don't think this is the nutrient canister I'm looking for. The receptacle on the womb tank was much smaller. This looks like some kind of dispenser, though. So if I find the right container, I might be able to refill it here.
Vielleicht hier im Tresor?
I've looked there already. I have no clue what the... Doesn't appear to have... It's some old
Roboterarm vielleicht?
A trophy in the shape...
Nein.
Looks like they're...
Nee. Vielleicht im Museum selbst? Stimmt, die Halterung. Ich gucke mal, ob ich da nochmal rein... Also ja, klar, wie kann ich da rein, aber... Cool, dass das Tastenfeld auch immer noch funktioniert.
There's that red light again. Katerina was right.
Oh, also. Okay, Kammerstatus. Kritisch, Kanisterwechsel empfohlen. Normal. Okay.
Alright. As expected, the nutrients seem to be running low. I better refill them as soon as possible.
Halterung, da ist nichts drinne. Seltsame Kugel. Das finde ich immer noch interessant. Wir haben ja noch den Schlüssel und ich weiß nicht, wo der hingehört. Vielleicht Straßenkünstler, Einkaufszentrum. Karren. Die den schon vorher untersuchen?
This thing is used to transport metals to the smelter. It's filled with various junk.
Wenn ich den anmache? Nö, passiert nicht. Schreibtisch. Kann ich vielleicht den Schreibtisch damit öffnen? Würde Sinn ergeben,
I
oder?
don't see how those things.
Sag doch einfach, dass da kein Schlüsselloch ist. Große Röhre, Anweisung. Ja, hier wird
A
wahrscheinlich
few
nicht so.
crates of.
Nee. Hm. Einkaufszentrum. Ist hier vielleicht irgendwer? Nö. Das heißt, einmal in die Kirche müsste ich gehen. Ich könnte mit dem Coroner sprechen. Also mit Notch. Warte, ich frag. Arsch, ey. Oh Gott.
Oh,
Sure. I need to.
okay.
Remind me again. Where should I look for a nutrient canister?
It should be somewhere in the museum area. Oh, good. Don't bother bringing it back. I look like a corpse in that light.
Warte, vielleicht weiß
Any
sie.
idea of what this opens?
None whatsoever.
Toll, keiner weiß das.
So tell me what you know about the conduit.
I doubt they're anything to worry about. If there are other members out there, I'd wager they're just as loony as Maya.
So Maya was on her own? There was no contact with any other conduit cells?
Not as far as I know, but I didn't really care to find out either.
I don't want to. Carl had this in his pocket when we found him.
Oh, damn it, Carl. I know it's a lot to ask, but could I have this photo? I really don't have much to remember him by.
Ja, kannst du haben. Natürlich, das Mindeste, was ich tun kann. Tut mir leid, verstößt gegen das Protokoll. Okay, aber damit breche ich die Regeln. Ich erwarte dafür ihre uneingeschränkte Kooperation. Ja.
Okay, but I'm breaking the rules. I'll expect your full cooperation in return, all right?
You'll have it, I promise. Thank you.
Memento Errungenschaft freigeschaltet.
No, that. No reason.
Zumindest nicht nochmal die Waffe zeigen. Ich frag mal einfach jetzt alles durch.
What can you tell me about Carl?
I'd rather not talk about him. It hurts too much.
I understand. Sorry. What can you tell me about yourself?
Other than this mess with Maya I got tangled up in, I'm just a teacher trying to get by. I moved here a few years back, met Carl, and, well, you know the rest.
What's your opinion on Walter?
Personally, I can't stand that guy. He has to crack a joke every 5 seconds. Drives me crazy. The kids love him, though, so I suppose he's alright.
Ja, ich fänd's echt schade, wenn Walter irgendwie plötzlich der Oberbösewicht wird oder sowas. Wundern würde es mich nicht, weil er wirklich so unscheinbar ist, aber ich fänd's halt schade.
Do you know Commissary Anderson?
No, but he seems to be the kind of leader who only uses the carrot, never the stick.
Do you know Stina Ruth?
I know who she is, but we haven't met.
What can you tell me about Maya?
Oh, she really was the epitome of a mad scientist. Her crazy little experiments had no regard for the law, ethics, or even common sense. Sure, she had moments of clarity, like when she built our womb tank, but most of the time she was just a nutcase.
What about her conduit beliefs?
That was something different, something more coherent. I think she saw AI as, like, a step on the evolutionary ladder. She used to talk about how the most intelligent beings deserve to rule the Earth.
Sounds like she had an elitist streak.
You could say that. She didn't think too highly of most people.
What do you think of Dr. Pearson?
I don't know much about him. I never really needed a doctor since I moved here.
What about your fertility problems? You didn't consider seeing the doctor before resorting to Maya's help?
I wish that was an option, but my condition was thoroughly diagnosed before I moved here. It's chronic.
Schade.
Do you know Gabriel?
The cop? Not really, but I think he has a crush on me. Always looks at me funny.
Oh, wie süß.
All right.
Good.
All right.
Okay.
Schön, dass sie das so gegen die Tür gesagt hat. Im Bereich des Museums, ja. Also, wo der Spender ist, wissen wir auf jeden Fall. Ja, aber komm mal kurz hier näher ran. Kann ich vielleicht...
I don't think extra strength helps.
Okay, schade. Ah, ich dachte, vielleicht kann man den irgendwie aufbrechen.
That combination. I don't see how those things work.
Schade.
I don't see.
Weil ich denke immer noch, dass der Laser, der zielt hier drauf. Dass man da vielleicht irgendeine Art Spiel oder sowas hinhängen kann und dann... Vielleicht reflektiert das auf den Globus und wenn man eine bestimmte Stelle erwischt, weil man kann den Globus ja auch drehen, dass dadurch dann irgendwas freigeschaltet wird. Ist die Frage nur was?
Looks like this is mod. Looks like this is mod.
Hm.
Looks like. Looks like this. I don't see anything out of. I don't see. I don't see. I don't see any.
Hm.
I don't see any. I don't see any.
Hm. Geschichtsinformationen. Nee. Da ist alles. Da ist nichts. Warte mal. Lennart. Vielleicht von ihm etwas hier. Nope.
I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Berlinfeld, Tresor.
Nice collection of. Some kind of airtight. I don't think this is the nutrient canister I'm looking for. This looks like some kind of dispenser, though. So if I find the right container, I might be able to refill it here.
Ja, die Frage ist, wo ist das? Wo ist der Gerät?
No,
Nicht?
no need.
Schade.
Looks like an old. I don't.
Ein Plattformbrand war ich ja noch nicht, ne? An dem heutigen Tag. Hier ist nichts, okay. Ich könnte... vielleicht in der Schule?
I don't need to. Nothing out of the. I don't need.
Nein. Krempel.
Various.
Klassenzimmer will wahrscheinlich auch nicht sein.
Empty.
Nein. Gehen wir mal in die Klinik und gucken nach, ob hier irgendwas ist. Nein. Einkaufsviertel. Oh, warte, vielleicht hat er ja einen Nährstoffkanister. Man weiß ja nie.
Hi again.
Hey there. What can I do you for?
What do you know about the Free Church of Epos?
Oh, nothing much. I know their headquarters is over at the old mall past Northtown, but I've never been inside.
Hey, Walter, do you happen to have any containers for liquid nutrients?
Oh, I'm fresh out of those. Sold my last one to Maya Strand. Said she was working on a processing unit for a high-energy liquid food solution. Like people actually want to eat goo.
All right. Thanks anyway. I'm off.
Take care.
Bye-bye, police.
What does that tube look?
That's no robot.
Not everything with lights on is a robot, you know.
Teekanne.
Is the big guy in the back your mascot or something?
You mean Ufa? Nah, he's more of a concierge. He's sophisticated like that.
What does the pointy little bot in the back do?
Oh, a bot of many talents. Paperweight, table lamp, pestle, or perhaps a fashionable baton? The only limit is your imagination.
Ein Knüppel, ja?
Guess that belongs with the head up front. What's up with the head?
What do you mean? You think it's too big?
The robot head on the table, that is.
Oh, yeah, it keeps coming off. I'll fix it eventually.
What did people use the crab for?
Once upon a time, this was the most popular kitchen model. This fella could take care of any food-related task. Except the handling of shellfish, obviously. Even robots have moral standards.
Roboter auf Rädern.
What does this little guy do?
Clean, like a mean machine.
He doesn't look very mean.
Looks can be deceiving. He's nothing but vicious towards stains, dust, and all of their ilk.
Den letzten hat er an Maya verkauft.
A regeneration pod. Kept people. It's hard to think that most people at several. I don't see any. I don't think. I don't see any.
No. Ich glaube, in dem Museum wird wahrscheinlich nichts sein.
Nice little garden. I don't see. I don't see any. I don't see. I don't. I don't. This crude. Nice collection of mush. Not sure.
Einstellung Fingerabdrücke.
Doesn't appear to have power. Just as well. I wouldn't know how to make heads or tails of it anyway.
Einfach blind auf irgendwelche Knöpfe drücken. Sachen in Regal. Könnte denn noch irgendwas sein?
Everything under.
Just a normal day of fixing one thing.
Looks like she's trying to fix.
Ich glaube, ich gehe jetzt einfach mal zur Kirche. Vielleicht komme ich danach irgendwie weiter. Mimirstraße, Ortstadt, Einkaufszentrum.
That looks like the E-Post Church, but the entrance is barred. It's getting late, so they're probably closed for the day. I'll come back tomorrow and check them out. They're definitely worth investigating, considering Katerina's testimony. Maybe later. I don't. Not sure what happened. Doesn't look.
Das ist scheiße. Okay, da komme ich nicht hin. Das heißt, das ist für heute eine kalte Spur.
This thing is used to transport metals to the...
Ja, Schrott. Ich will den Tag zumindest heute noch zu Ende bringen. Gotthalde. In der Ferne. Hier ist sonst nichts, was ich mitnehmen kann. Wo war ich denn noch nicht?
Looks like an...
Naja.
Nice, soothing sound.
Frag mich mal rum, vielleicht wissen die aber. Die Thermoskanne vielleicht?
A thermos, presumably...
Nee, die kann ich nicht mitnehmen. Gefängnis. Gut, hier ist nichts. Hier wird wahrscheinlich noch an irgendwer reinkommen. Vielleicht sogar wir. Gabriel.
Hello again, Gabriel.
Hey there, can I be of assistance?
What do you know about the Free Church of Epos?
We have a few members in the family, but I've never been there myself. Always felt uncomfortable in churches.
I'm looking for a nutrient canister. Know where I can get my hands on one of those?
No idea. But didn't Maya have some kind of machine in her apartment for that sort of thing?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Ja, aber der ist zu groß.
Do you recognize this woman?
Sure, that's Melinda. She's
what?
She's just kind of cute is all.
Ach, wie süß.
All right, I'm off.
Good luck out.
Vielleicht hat er was für uns? Nee, nicht Muskelboost.
I had a few questions.
By all means.
What do you know about the Free Church of Epos?
Well, I'm no member myself, but my father was an Epos man.
Oh, really? What made you pick a different path?
I suppose I never had much faith in a higher power. I believe in humanity, and that's enough for me.
What's your impression of the church, then?
Positive overall. From my point of view, they've always been a friendly group of people. Law-abiding and ready to lend a hand when the town needed it.
All right, got it. I'm looking for a nutrient.
A nutrient what?
Never mind.
Ja, gut.
Do you recognize this woman?
That's the young teacher, isn't it?
Yes, I found the picture in the school.
I see. I don't know much else about her.
That's all I need.
Very well.
Weiß ja gar keiner was. Ja. Die kann mir auch nicht helfen.
That combination makes...
Ob ich hier irgendwie vielleicht was rauslesen kann? Nein. Warte mal, Gebet des Pilgers. Warte mal. Ich bin gestärkt durch meinen Glauben. Ich blicke in den Himmel, um mich des freien Weges zu vergewissern. Das könnte die Sternenkarte sein. Strecke meinen Feind nieder, gesegnet mit unfehlbarer Präzision. Der Kampfdruide. Ich nähere mich meinem Ziel und schreite voran einen weiteren Tag. Vielleicht der Hovercraft. Ich bin gestärkt durch meinen Glauben.
This facility... Path of... Kind of an... That action doesn't seem productive.
Zum einen... Moment. Kurz. Ich bin mal kurz AFK. Ich hole mir kurz neuen Tabak. So, ich habe jetzt auch die Gunst der Sekunde genutzt, um Kohle aufzusetzen und gleich einen neuen Kopf zu machen. So. Sekunde, ich wollte mir das hier mal abfotografieren. Okay. Also ich bin mir sicher, ich blicke in den Himmel, wird die Sternenkarte sein. Bin gestärkt durch meinen Glauben.
It's hard to think that most people at...
Warte mal, wenn ich den drücke, passiert da was? Wenn ich den... Nee, wenn ich den drücke, da, der dahin, der da und da. Also das zweite war, ich blicke in den Himmel, um mich des freien Weges zu vergewissern. Das wird die Sternkarte sein, habe ich ja gesagt. Das ist die Nummer 2. Nummer 3. Ich strecke meine Feinde nieder, gesegnet mit unfehlbarer Präzision, wird der Militärroboter sein. Ich nähere mich meinem Ziel und schreite voran einen weiteren Tag. Könnte vielleicht der Hovercraft sein.
No idea what this is. Must have been some kind of local thing. I remember reading about some military experiment gone haywire in these parts. Maybe this is it.
Okay, ich versuche einfach mal ein paar Sachen. So. Ah? Ich war ja auch sauer, dass man rumgespielt hat. Ich nähere mich. 3, 4. Okay, das war's nicht. Vielleicht so, warte mal. Bin gestärkt durch meinen Glauben. Vielleicht gestärkt, weil Heiltank und so? In den Himmel. So, unfehlbare Präzision. Und ich nähere mich meinem Ziel. Oh. Das war's nicht. Mhm. Okay. Gerade nochmal. Ich muss sagen, diese Lösung fand ich sogar sehr schön. Ich habe gerade in eine Lösung reingeguckt. Die fand ich sogar sehr schön. Da stand nicht die Lösung des, nicht sofort die Lösung des Rätsels, sondern war hinter einem Spoiler-Button versteckt. Sondern es gab einfach nur den Hinweis, dass man halt in das Buch schauen soll. Und ja, einen weiteren Tag. Ich hätte darauf eher gucken sollen. Nicht nähere mich einem Ziel, sondern, ne? So. Gestärkt, heilen. Blicke in den Himmel, Sternkarte. Das war von vornherein klar. So, strecke meine Feinde nieder, Militärroboter. Ist ja irgendwo logisch. Hätte vielleicht auch noch die Drohne sein können, aber Drohne ist eher, ja, unfehlbare Präzision. Und einen weiteren Tag. Ja. Deswegen war wahrscheinlich Maya auch sauer, dass die Kinder hier rumgespielt haben. Weil die wahrscheinlich kurz davor waren, die richtige Reihenfolge zu haben. Weshalb auch immer.
Wow, impressive lab. There's gotta be a whole bunch of third-degree infractions in this place. Maya must have conducted her secret illegal experiments here.
Jetzt sehe ich hier schon Nährstoffkanister, ja. Ach, du Scheiße. Okay. Bevor ich irgendwas mache. Kurz gucken, ob Leonard irgendwie hierin verstrickt war. Nö, aber sieht nicht so aus. Okay, Maya wahrscheinlich ja. Ja, eine Menge. Fingerabdrücke. Ja. Hier wahrscheinlich DNA. Oder auch Fingerabdrücke, weil man fässt ja auch hier hin. Ne, nur DNA. Fingerabdrücke sind aber hier. Nicht jeder haut mit seiner Faust auf den Stuhlrahmen. Oh, was nochmal? Ah, ja. DNA? Ja. Aha. Hat sie wahrscheinlich gegessen. Ja, das war klar. Warte mal, Karl, war er vielleicht hier? Nö. Ja, okay. Dingenform wahrscheinlich nicht. Ich meine, sie wurde ja abgestochen. Generell Smart Scan, hier irgendetwas Interessantes? Nein. Okay, gut. Dann, ja. Gehen wir mal nach und nach durch.
Herbal tea. Maybe from Maya's garden upstairs.
Oh, das könnte sein. Ein Headset.
An electronic headset of some kind. Looks turned off.
Gerät.
Appears to be a wireless data reader of some kind.
Hauptrechner?
This computer must require some kind of hardware key.
Okay, wir haben nichts davon im Inventar.
A wall filled with machines. There has to be plenty of illegal technology in here.
Audiogerät, Audiostation.
A few different machines for working with audio. Looks like I can play audio tapes here.
Aber Kassetten sind da.
A big
Krempel.
bucket filled with some kind of tubes. Dirty
Lora.
laundry, presumably Maya's. Seems like she made herself comfortable down here.
Nährstoffkanister. Nehme ich noch nicht mit. Ich habe Angst, dass vielleicht irgendwas passieren könnte.
This place was set up to be private. Makes sense, given the circumstances. Various tools for electronics and mechanical work. There were a couple of tapes here.
Ein paar stimmt sogar, 2 Stück.
This place was set up... It smells awful. This must have been here since Maya was killed.
Warum räumt hier keiner auf?
Various technical drawings. Some of them look similar to the womb tank. Equations of some kind. I can't make sense of them.
Sag mal her, vielleicht werde ich schlau draus. Okay, dann hören wir uns mal die Kassetten an.
In a dream, I was summoned by the Acer. I had been chosen to create a new god, and her name was Huldra. She would be conjured in my mind, and the creed, at long last, would become manifest. I awoke in tears, and this vision has stuck with me ever since.
This woman doesn't sound very sane.
Huldra, ja. Asen, das sind ja die nordischen Götter.
An AI's superintelligence would essentially be indistinguishable from a god. Infinite intelligence leads to infinite knowledge, and by extension, infinite power. Illness, suffering, even death itself could be turned into obsolete concepts. And what is a god, if not one who has reign over life and death?
Yeah, those are conduit ideas, all right.
Passend dazu, dass wir halt Konsequenzen der KI heute beendet haben. Okay, um uns anzumelden, brauchen wir einen Hardware-Schlüssel. Aber hier sieht nichts nach Hardware-Schlüssel aus. Dann nehmen wir erstmal den
Good.
Nährstoffkanister.
I think this is what I need for the womb tank.
Jo.
Feels empty.
Mehr Kassetten haben wir hier nicht. Oh, das sieht doch nur nach einem Tape aus. Ist vielleicht im Tresor noch irgendetwas, was in Richtung... Ja, lass einfach offen. Maya hat mit Sicherheit nicht alleine gearbeitet. Irgendwie glaube ich das nicht. Warte mal, ist im Tresor irgendwas noch drin?
I've looked there already.
Ah.
A trophy in the
Könnte vielleicht der Schlüssel irgendwo hin? Warte mal, Hardware-Schlüssel. Vielleicht ist das auch wörtlicher gemeint, als ich denke. So, warte mal. Warte auf Hardware.
I don't see how those things.
Schade. Mit der Pistole draufschießen. Ah. Gute Idee, Junge, gute Idee. Okay, dann füllen wir mal den Kanister auf.
All right, all filled up.
Schön. Hält bestimmt nicht auf, wenn wir jetzt mehr, wenn wir in diese Wohnung reingehen und wieder raus. Irgendwie das Gefühl, dass die Stadträtin zu Epos gehört. So, warte mal, hier Halterung.
All right, red light gone. Must have done the trick. Looks like things are working out okay for you in there.
Ein Spitznamen für das Baby ausdenken, professionell distanziert bleiben. Ah, ehrlich gesagt, ich würde...
Makes you think, doesn't it? Seeing a baby like this?
Yeah, it reminds me of everything that happened before.
Same here. But you know, it's not too late.
It is for you, Alex.
It is?
Well, yeah. You're dead.
I am, but you're not. You still have time to make up for what we lost.
Einen anderen Typen pimpern oder was? Ich weiß nicht, ich würde gerne, aber es tut noch zu sehr weh. Ohne dich niemals, Alex. Ich wollte immer Kinder haben. Vielleicht sollte ich es allein versuchen. Ich wäre nie eine gute Mutter gewesen, Alex. Mutter gewesen, Alex. Ich habe nur mitgespielt, weil du es so sehr wolltest. Ja, doch schon, ganz ehrlich. Wie gesagt, soll sie mit einem anderen Mann pimpern?
Without you? I can't, Alex.
Sure you can. Where's the Vera I fell in love with? She didn't need me, or anybody else.
I don't know, Alex. She must have disappeared somewhere along the way.
I hope you'll find your way back to her then.
I do too. Painful memories.
Ich frage
I
mich...
should head back to Stina.
Entspannt. Ich frage mich... Kammer, Status... Nährstoffgehalte, gut, sehr schön. Kammer releasen. Beenden. Ich frage mich, wie es kommt, dass er halt... ne, es muss ja eine KI quasi da drin sein. Das wurde ja gesagt, so, dass die Augmentierungen eine gewisse KI besitzen. Aber wie gerade seine Erinnerung, beziehungsweise er selbst halt quasi als KI drin weiterlebt. Es sei denn, die KI greift auf ihre Erinnerung zu. Oh. Ja, dann quatschen wir mal mit ihr, ne?
Ancient England. Right on time.
Councilwoman?
Oh, stop it. That word always makes me feel old. Call me Stina.
All right then, Stina. I have some things to report.
Always straight to the point. You allergic to small talk, kiddo?
Sorry. Been a long day. I just want it to be over.
Well, suck it up. I need to vent. Had an argument with a friend today.
Yeah? What about?
Not important, but we ended up going our separate ways. Isn't it funny how quickly things can change?
I guess.
History, trust, respect. Poof. Gone.
Tut mir sehr leid. Hoffentlich haben sie irgendwann mal wieder Kontakt. Traurig, aber der natürliche Lauf der Dinge. Menschen leben sich auseinander. Ja, deswegen müssen wir stark bleiben. Für die Momente, in denen wir nur noch auf uns allein gestellt sind.
A shame, but I see it as a natural cycle of things. People grow apart. Did you know that on average, friendships last for 7 years?
Aren't you the walking encyclopedia?
So, I wanted to share something else. My augmentations grew stronger this morning. The blue is starting to adapt to my psychology.
Blossoming before my very eyes, are ya? Do tell. What new things can you do?
Meine Sehkraft verstärkt dich. Ich kann jetzt im Dunkeln besser sehen und in die Ferne zoomen. Ach, die wissen schon dies und das. Ich traue ihr nicht.
Oh, you know, this and that.
Atta girl. Keep your cards close to your chest, and everyone will underestimate you. So, how was this recent experience of yours? Quite a ride for a rookie such as yourself, am I right?
Ich war gut darauf vorbereitet. Ich hab ja nicht meine ganze Ausbildung verschlafen. Sie sind ja sehr an meiner Erfahrung mit dem Blau interessiert. Ich würde lieber über den Fall sprechen. Ziemlich, ja. Vielleicht könnten Sie mir den Ablauf im Detail erklären.
Kind of, yeah. Maybe you'd like to explain how it works, in depth?
Sure. As the lab coats over at the Bureau have shown time and time again, no one really knows how the hell blue works.
But that's only on a cellular level, right? We still have some data on the bottom line.
Yeah, but I mean, look at it like this. Lady Blue is your best friend. She knows what you want, what you need. A slow but deliberate beast. She grows stronger with time, but there's no lying to her, and there's no hiding from her. If you wish to destroy your enemies, she'll give you strength and speed. If you desire knowledge, she'll expand your mind and sharpen your senses. If you want to connect with others, she'll give you an aura of comfort, honesty, and trust. Simply put, Blue is pure liquid power. Now, let's hear your report. I've heard rumors about quite a grisly spectacle in the recycling center.
Also hat sie gerade quasi erzählt, was für Augmentierungen wir bekommen können, wenn wir andere Wege gehen. Ziemlich interessant, wie ich finde.
Eben.
Und wahrscheinlich hilft das. Also quasi, zum Beispiel mit Hilfe der Augmentierung haben wir herausgefunden, welches Kabel wir rausziehen müssen. Ich kann mir vorstellen, zum Beispiel mit der Augmentierung der Geborgenheit hätten wir den Typen beruhigen können, der in Panik war. Und der hätte uns gesagt, okay, gelbes Kabel müssen wir ziehen. Und umgekehrt halt auch bei den Kindern hätten sie uns quasi das Vertrauen entgegengebracht, mit dessen Hilfe sie uns gesagt hätten, ja, du musst die Spannung verändern, um halt hinter den Zaun zu kommen. Eine sehr gute Methode, eine sehr kreative Methode, muss ich sagen, um einen gewissen Wiederspielwert zu erzeugen. Dass man quasi so 3 Wege gehen kann. 3 Wege in dem Point-and-Click-Adventure erinnert mich an was. Wie man quasi die ganzen Sachen angeht. Oh, jetzt habe ich Bock auf Indiana Jones.
First, they're well armed. Second, they got pull with City Hall. Our beloved mayor recently granted their church embassy status.
Wait, what? So they're out of my jurisdiction?
Not quite. It's one of those legal limbos. Sure, you can force your way in without breaking any laws, but they also have the right to defend themselves from unsanctioned intruders.
That's absurd. In other words, they can gun me down without repercussions.
I wouldn't say that. It's kind of a hassle to dispose of your still warm corpse.
Like this case couldn't get any worse.
No. You're an agent. The creme de la creme of the Central Bureau. Time to act like one. Infiltrate and evade, remember? If you do find evidence that these nut jobs are responsible for the killings, we'll get a diplomatic warrant.
All right. I have to be discreet then, and try to get inside without arousing suspicion.
Bingo. And, well, hope they don't already know who you are. That would make things awkward.
Okay then. I'll get some rest and visit the church in the morning.
Good plan, Agent. Dismissed.
Ich traue ihr trotzdem noch nicht. Oh. Tag 3, 7:52 Uhr.
You know, the story of Katerina and Carl reminds me so much of what we went through.
Yeah. Similar circumstances, but vastly different outcomes. It's fascinating how just a few variables can change everything.
Indeed. Are our lives nothing but a sum of interconnected parts? Does any meaning attributed to them simply stem from our limited human cognition?
Most likely. The observer bias seems insurmountable. Even the concept of meaning itself is relative.
It's scary to think about, that it could all be an illusion. Every relationship we had, everything we ever cared about.
It really is. This can't be healthy. There's that feeling again.
Oh, was bekomme ich jetzt?
Whoa.
Ah! Oh! Vorübergehende Unsichtbarkeit. Das Berühren eines Objekts oder Aktivieren einer anderen Augmentierung hebt den Effekt auf. Ha!
I'm alone in here. No reason to hide from anybody.
Das ist sexy.
Morning, Agent. Dr. Parison asked me to tell you to meet him in the morgue. He's done with the remains from the recycling center.
All right, thanks. I'll go have a look before I pay Epos a visit. I don't have a reason to go around on...
Schade. Okay, er ist aber auch blau. Das heißt, jede Augmentierung, die ich bekomme, passt sich den 3 Sachen an. Wo ich halt am nächsten dran bin, die Augmentierung bekomme ich. Das heißt, es gibt quasi nicht nur 3 Wege, sondern vielleicht sogar mehrere Wege. Das ist richtig geil gemacht. Oh, ich liebe die. Ganz ehrlich, ich liebe die Entwickler. Die sind schlau. Das sind schlaue Leute. Schlaue Entwickler. Richtig geil. Gefällt mir. So, okay. Quatschen wir mal mit dem Typ. Oh, wer ist denn das?
He looks sick. I shouldn't bother him. Over time, the blue in my system will the exact... I don't have a...
Okay.
Well, Leonard, it's been quite gross working with you. Hello again. I've got a present for you, Agent.
Is that so?
Yep, right here on this tray. If you're a fan of minced meat, I've got a bucket full of Leonard out back, too.
I think I'll pass on that one.
Good choice. The seasoning is subpar, to say the least.
You take your jokes way too far, Doctor. Now, what have you found?
Well, obviously, the poor man was shredded. Fortunately for him, it happened when he was already dead.
Yeah, I came to the same conclusion. Can you tell me anything about the cause of death?
Not much with the remains in this state. No signs of toxic substances, but that obviously still leaves a lot of options open.
Noted. So what's this in front of me?
Oh, yes. I noticed a pattern on Leonard's skin. Likely a tattoo. These are all the pieces I could find. Not sure how they fit together, but I kept them in case you wanted to have a look.
All right, I'll check them out.
Puzzlerätsel, na geil. Normalerweise heißt es ja immer mit dem Rand anfangen, aber ich glaube, eine Randerscheinung werden wir hier nicht finden. Die passen aber zusammen. Okay, das ist schon mal gut. Na, ich packe mal weiter in die Mitte. Mhm. Hier? Nee, wahrscheinlich nicht. Aber der passt hier hin. Nice. Ah.
Huh. Looks like Leonard had this symbol tattooed on him. I'll copy it to my notebook.
Mhm. Schön, dass es auch dann so jetzt ist. Tätowierung.
I had some more things to ask.
Shoot.
So this is how Leonard's tattoo turned out.
Interesting. What does it mean?
Your guess is as good as mine.
It looks like one of those runes Maya liked to litter the town with.
Oh, wait, that's her doing?
Yes. As I understand it, she was a major voice on the building committee.
Huh. I've been wondering where all those symbols came from.
Yeah. Me, personally, I like the aesthetic. I think it gives the town a distinct look.
Definitely. The tattoo doesn't look runic to me, though, but I'll keep your theory in mind. What's your opinion on the Free Church of Epos?
I try to steer clear of those people. Any form of superstition, religious or otherwise, is of no interest to me.
Sehr schlau.
Are you familiar with the Conduit?
That old terrorist organization. What of it?
Well, have you ever heard about it still being around?
I'm sure the ideology still thrives in places. The lure of artificial intelligence will never be fully diminished.
Right, but you're not aware of anyone being more than a little interested.
If you're asking me, would I report a terrorist if I knew one, the answer is yes. But currently, I don't.
Okay, thanks.
Ich glaube ihm das sogar. Das glaube ich ihm sogar.
Do you know who Katarina Berg is, the school teacher? She also calls herself Melinda.
I know who she is, but that's about it. She's not a patient.
She's not? Even though you're the only doctor in town.
I wouldn't read too much into it. As far as I know, she's a young, healthy woman, and she moved here just a few years ago. She may not have needed any medical care since her arrival.
What do you know about Leonard Dahl?
Polite and well-spoken fellow, judging by the few times I met with him.
All right. What did you meet with him about?
Well, typically just routine work when someone hurt themselves in the recycling center. Seems like a hazardous workplace. I hear about accidents occurring there almost on a weekly basis.
Ja, Arbeitssicherheit wird wohl nicht groß geschrieben, wa?
I found this among Leonard's remains.
Ah, it's safe to assume it belonged to him then.
Agreed. Any idea of what it unlocks?
None whatsoever.
Schade.
Are you familiar? Well,
I'm
so.
if you, but
okay. Do you know who?
Yes, that's Melinda, one of the teachers in the school next door.
I don't need. That's enough.
Okay. Na gut, dann war's das erstmal. Vielleicht.
I don't want to. I don't need to know.
Na gut. Gut, dann. Warte mal, wie kann man da noch am besten hin? Mimirstraße. Oh, wer ist denn das? Ach, Rolf, der Gärtner. Stimmt. Den hätten wir ja auf dem Balkon getroffen gehabt. Okay. Jetzt können. Ach, das ist der Dichter, ne?
Change of venue?
Yes, this is where the recital will take place later. Great acoustics.
Ah. Can I have a little foretaste?
Very well. The same wind, my dear. The same wind. Shook the walls of Jericho. Dried your tears. No Lee to be found. No trust, nor joy. This fire you were set to guard, and I to rest by its side. Your books and notes in disarray. It all seeks to delay us, while you face increasing chaos.
That was great. I love the ending.
You're too kind.
Ja, okay. Logo. Ein Vogel.
Hi there.
Greetings, and welcome to the Free Church of Epos. If you wish, you can enter our public prayer room to the right for some silent contemplation.
All right, thanks. What about the rest of the church?
The other areas are off limits to non-members.
I have official police business, though. Special Agent England.
I'm sorry, but I can't let you pass. You're gonna need papers. This is a diplomatic sanctuary.
There's no time for that. I'm trying to solve a triple homicide.
I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am, but I can assure you that there are no murderers here. I'd suggest you take this up with your superior.
There's no time to mess around with paperwork. I'll need to take things into my own hands. A neat row of candles, probably for ceremonial use. I'd guess those are members of the church. I don't recognize any of them. A fancy-looking E. It's the Epos logo, I believe. Looks like some kind of public prayer room or chapel. There are a few people in there. Looks like...
Okay, kann ich nicht rein. Kann ich mich unsichtbar
I
machen?
need to get out of sight.
Ich mag das mit der Unsichtbarkeit. Das gefällt mir wirklich. Eieieiei.
A ventilation panel. Can't reach it from here.
Was war das?
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Exodus 23. Suppose it wouldn't be a church without a Bible quote or two. Not a bad idea, but I'll need to get rid of the guard first.
What?
That's suicidal. Any gunshot would alert the whole building, and there's no telling how many armed men are in here.
Schade.
Looks like a timeline of how the Epos seal has changed over the years. No way. It's the tattoo design. That must mean Leonard is a member of Epos. Or, well, he was, at some point at least. I'll get rid of the sketch, now that I've identified the symbol.
Interessant.
An armed guard. If he notices me, I'm likely in big trouble.
Ich glaube, bin ich...
We've got an intruder.
Das dachte ich mir. Okay, dann muss ich durch den Durchgang. Was hat er gemacht? Sag mal. Oh, warte mal.
I guess I could, but I have no reason to believe that Leonard has used one of these lockers.
Einfach mal alle durchprobieren.
Some kind of large pool or bathtub.
Was ist hier?
Some kind of assembly hall with plenty of people inside. I should stay clear.
Hey, Wasserhahn.
Yeah, that might work as a distraction for the guard outside. I need to be sure that I don't have a reason to return to this room, though.
Ja, das mit der... Was? Überflutet? Irgendwas zu überfluten, das kennt er zur Ablenkung.
Not right now. I should explore this place while I have a chance. That action doesn't seem productive to me.
Oh, warte, ich habe eine Idee. Warte mal.
We've got an...
Ach, leck mich doch, ey.
A bunch of storage boxes with initials on them. Several of the initials match people I know, but it could be a coincidence. If I had reason to believe one of them was Epos, it might be a good idea to come back here.
Warte. Scheiße, warte mal, geh mal hier zur Seite. Ah, Nichts. Wenn Lennart hier war. Dann müsste das doch hier ein LD geben.
I guess I could, but I have no reason to believe.
Wenn da irgendwo LD steht, einfach. Das ist ein Schlüssel, du kannst einfach. Okay, passt nicht, passt nicht, passt nicht. Brute Forcen, Mädchen.
I don't see.
Okay. Na, dann gehe ich mal kurz hier hin. So, Lennart, DNS. Hä? Also. Nein. Ich glaube, wenn ich neben ihm stehe und mich wieder sichtbar mache. Ja, dachte ich es mir. Okay, das. Da bin ich dann nicht schnell genug für. Kann ich nicht damit umnocken oder?
I don't think he'd be. I don't think.
Nee, Mist. Nein! Nein, 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 nein. Lüftungsklappe.
A ventilation panel. Can't reach it from. Not a bad idea, but I'll need.
Kann ich nicht irgendwas...
That combination makes. I don't see anything out of. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. I don't see anything.
Bin ich vielleicht zu früh hier reingegangen?
It's the key I found in the recycling. I don't see how the. I guess I could, but I have no reason to believe that Leonard has used one of these lockers.
Geh da doch einfach hin, Mädchen.
Some kind of assembly hall with. Yeah, that might. That action doesn't seem. That action does. That action. I don't see.
No.
I don't need to show him.
Nee, kann ich irgendwas...
I don't think he... Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Looks like a timeline of how the EPOS seal has changed over the years. The original EPOS logo from before, the second version of the third version of the EPOS logo, the current version of the. That action doesn't. That act. I don't see how the. That act. No way. That must mean Leonard is a member of EPOS. Or, well, he was, at some point at least. I'll get rid of the sketch, now that I've identified the symbol.
Ah, es wurde geladen, deswegen ist es nicht gespeichert. Ah, okay. Mal dann hier, Schließfächer anschauen.
LD on this box right here. That's gotta be Leonard Dahl. Locked, obviously. Got a written piece of paper. Grandmaster Otto, if you are reading this, it means that I have failed. I'm sorry, but I didn't want to involve the church unless absolutely necessary. My brother has some things for you. They will be self-explanatory. I told him to only give them up to the person who repeats the famous quote from my favorite book. I'm sure you remember. Blessings from Leonard, your most humble and loyal servant. Seems like Leonard was up to something shady. I'll have to find his brother and figure out what the quote is.
Zitate Lennarts Bruder. Mal. Okay. Jetzt kann ich aber... Nice. So, jetzt wird er abgelenkt und ich komme durch die Tür hindurch.
Alright, let's see if this works.
Deswegen konnte ich mir auch die Bilder gerade nochmal angucken.
What the heck?
That should keep him busy for a while.
Raum. Okay. Jetzt kann ich da reingehen.
Some kind of metal workshop, with a few men working on what looks like construction materials. The room is a dead end, so I'll avoid it. All right, it's loose now.
Okay. Na, sicher, sicher.
Locked.
Mist. Okay. Ha, perfekt. Große Öffnung, vielleicht kann ich da durchgucken. Hallo.
6 new members over the last month. The Bacarbo parish is also doing better now.
They managed to resolve their financial difficulties?
Oh yes, Elsa is doing great work there. Sending her on our behalf was the right call. That brings us to the subject of these horrid murders.
Vile acts, for certain. I pray that the church will stay clear of any blame.
Why shouldn't it? We had nothing to do with those atrocities.
I know that, old friend. But surely our enemies will not ignore an opportunity like this.
I suppose so. Our violent past coming back to haunt us.
Sadly, the fact that one of our people was victimized will inevitably draw eyes upon the church.
Yes, maybe it's in our best interest to invite the police as a gesture of good faith.
It would certainly show them that we have nothing to hide.
Very well. Let's bring the subject to a vote at the council tonight.
At the very least, it seems like the church leadership didn't sanction the murders. I'll wait a bit and see if they leave.
Ob die wirklich nichts damit zu tun haben, ich weiß es nicht.
Administrative paperwork. I don't think it's safe to go back that way.
Ah, okay. Na, hier irgendetwas? Nee. Smart Scan. Nee, nichts.
Wow, that's a lot of books. They have an impressive library here. Wow. I'm alone in here.
Ja, aber da ist ein Ausgang. Es wäre doch sinnvoll, sich unsichtbar zu machen und dann durch den Ausgang zu schauen. Mädchen! Mach mal nicht so einen Stress.
Welcome, visitor.
Oh,
Special Agent, Violent Crimes Central Bureau.
Oh, it's you again. The man from the train.
Indeed. I never forget a face, but I'm afraid I didn't catch your name.
It's Agent England.
Ah, I am Vilgut. I assume you are aware of our legal status.
Yes, I've been informed. But tell me this. If you had nothing to hide, why would you invoke said legal status?
A church needn't have things to hide to be protective of its privacy. But to prove you wrong, I'll answer any questions you might have.
All right. I'll take you up on that.
Ich habe ihn genau im Blick.
What do you know about the murder in the workshop hall?
Not much at all. Only that a carpenter was brutally killed there in the night.
What do you know about the murder in the museum?
Only what my fellow church members have told me. that Maya Strand was stabbed to death by a mysterious killer.
What's your take on the conduit?
Oh, those heretics? Haven't heard anything of them in many years. As far as I know, they are firmly confined to the ash heap of history by now.
Some might argue with that. Your church has a violent past with them, hasn't it?
There's no denying that. We fought many battles with their kind in the youth of our movement.
And now?
Don't be absurd. They are practically eradicated, and we have been a peaceful group for decades.
What do you think about their teachings, then?
Certainly dangerous doctrines if left unchecked. The conduit believes humans will create God in their image, instead of the other way around. In their folly, they forget that humans are flawed, and that their creations will inevitably inherit those flaws. The false god they aspire to create may demand sacrifices they're not prepared for.
Ja, aber allzu falsch liegt das nicht, dass Gott quasi nach dem Ebenbild der Menschen erschaffen wurde. Wenn man es genau nimmt. Ja, ich meine, wer weiß, wie Gott aussieht. Wenn es einen gibt.
So Leonard Dahl, one of your members, was killed yesterday.
I had a feeling your inquiry would lead us to him.
Can you think of anyone who would want him dead?
No. He was a loyal member of the church for many years. Kind of a loner, but always helpful and polite. He did have a strangeness to him, though. A look in his eyes like he was stuck in perpetual contemplation. It seemed as if he was constantly on the verge of, but never quite able to reach, some sort of profound revelation.
Any hint of a violent side to him?
No. To my knowledge, Leonard never committed any violence, nor did he express any desire to do so.
Beziehungsweise ich kann mir vorstellen, dass der Typ tatsächlich so ist, so, hey, ne, Friede sei mit dir. Andere seiner Kirche, ich weiß es nicht.
This church, EPOS, what are your teachings?
At our core, we are an Orthodox Christian church.
Vater Popov!
We believe in the one true God and his only Son, Jesus Christ.
And what sets your group apart from other Christians?
Two things. The reverence of the essential humanity in each and every one of us, and our stalwart opposition to false idols. Prior to the collapse, the great flood of our time, we arose as a reaction to the disgraceful habits of that era. The widespread worship of anything and everything but God. Wealth, fame, mindless pleasure. The sickening mutilation of our bodies to the point where some were more machine than human. And the worst of all, the pursuit of AI superintelligences. False gods that humans aspired to construct for themselves. We oppose it all for the glory of our Creator and the salvation in our future.
And how do you go about preventing people from worshipping these false gods?
Not by violence, if that's what you're implying. Such things belong to the past.
So it's just a coincidence that the only armed man I've seen in Nordson was right behind your doors?
Sadly, the world is still in a state where men with guns are a necessary evil. However, no laws have been broken. We have every right to bear arms.
Do you know what kinds of books Leonard liked to read?
One book he borrowed frequently was The Kingdom of God is Within You. In fact, it still hasn't been returned. It should be among his estate.
Would you be able to say if he had any favorite quotes from that book?
No, you should ask someone who spent more time with him.
Fine, I'll do that. What kind of book is it, anyway?
It's about non-violence, to summarize.
Got it. Thanks.
Non-violent, das ist schon mal sympathisch.
Do you know who Leonard Dahl's brother is?
I believe his name is Rolf.
Ah.
Quite a shady character, if you ask me.
Oh, the gardener, right?
Yes, that's him.
What do you think of Gabriel?
Kurt's nephew. We only met briefly a few times.
What's your opinion on Dr. Pearson?
He and I have quite different takes on life and death, to put it lightly. But alas, a man of my age needs to see a physician regularly, to keep the Grim Reaper at bay. So I grit my teeth and endure half an hour of his morbid humor for the sake of my health.
Ich mag den Humor des Arztes. Mann, warum finden so viele Scheiße?
What's your opinion on Maya Strand?
She was my polar opposite in almost every way. But I enjoyed the occasional late-night chess game with her in the canteen. It's fascinating how trivial activities like board games can bring such different people together. Goes without saying that I was as shocked and appalled as anyone when I learned of what happened to her.
Das ist verdammt interessant. Wirklich, zwei eigentlich verfeindete Fraktionen sitzen zusammen und spielen Schach. Alter, die Frau war verrückter als... Oh, ey. Wenn er erfahren würde, dass sie halt, diesen, wie heißt sie nochmal, zum Kollektiv gehört oder sich dazu hingezogen gefühlt hat. Das wäre echt krass. Also ich glaube, er wäre extremst geschockt, deswegen.
What's your opinion on Stina Ruth?
Cunning woman, that one. And she's been a thorn in our side ever since she joined the town council.
Yeah? How so?
She has a penchant for political obstruction. Things like hindering our building permits or imposing unreasonable restrictions on our street preaching.
Why do you think she's been acting that way?
If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say she has some kind of grudge. Some Christian out there must have greatly angered her at some point.
Oder sie gehört zum Kollektiv. Wie gesagt, ich traue ihr nicht. Weil eigentlich, wie gesagt, die scheinen aktuell, wie gesagt, zumindest der Typ halt, scheint mir... ich weiß es nicht.
What do you think of Commissary Anderson?
He's no member of the church, but he's a fine man blessed with strong Christian morals. Compassionate, forgiving, and open-minded. I was good friends with his late father, and I'm glad to see that his son followed in his footsteps.
What do you think of Walter?
I don't know him well, but he seems like the kind of man who plays the part of the clown to hide a deep wound.
Do you know who Katarina Berg is, the school teacher? She also calls herself Melinda.
I believe I've seen her around town with the school children, but I don't know much about her.
What do you know about Carl Oscarson?
I must confess I didn't even know his name before I heard he was a murder victim.
What can you tell me about...
Not my favorite person. He mocked the Lord when I first met him, and I don't take kindly to that sort of behavior.
I don't... So this is the person I left behind. Alex.
I see. He passed away?
Yes.
My condolences. I'll pray for his soul.
Das ist das erste Mal, dass sie jemandem das Foto zeigt.
No, I don't want to recognize this.
I do. Read it even many years ago.
Know thy enemy?
Something like that.
Do you recognize this woman?
I do. That's one of the teachers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that pretty much sums up what I know about her.
I'll keep it to myself. I don't want the church to know too much about the case.
So, ja, ich glaube, damit wären wir hier fertig.
That's all, for now.
Understood. I'll be here if you have more inquiries.
Kann ich gehen? Cool, danke.
Oh, the passage led back here. Good. Since I left the door unlocked behind me, I'll be able to come back the same way.
Das ist wirklich cool. Wandbild. Das sieht anders aus, ne? Ich waren es tatsächlich zwei
What do you
Blumen.
know? He was painting fractals after all.
Ja, stimmt, hier. Hätte ich gesagt, dass das zwei Blumen sind, die sich umarmen, wären das zwei Blumen geworden. Das ist interessant. Okay, Rolf, wo war nochmal... In Mimierstraße habe ich ihn gesehen. Hallöchen. Quatschen wir mal mit dir.
Hello, Ralph.
Hey, look, I'm pretty busy here. Not really a good time to talk.
This can't wait. You heard about your brother, right?
It's a small town, what do you think?
Sorry about your loss, but I really need to ask you some questions.
Fine.
Do you know who Katerina Berg is, the school teacher? She also calls herself Melinda.
Sure, I've seen her around, but that's pretty much it.
Das Gesicht erinnert mich an irgendwen. Ich weiß gerade nicht. Ich kann es nicht zuordnen, aber an irgendwen erinnert er mich.
What's your opinion on Commissary Anderson?
For a chief of police, he's all right. He's actually fair, unlike some of his underlings.
How so? You think they're harassing you?
Abso-friggin-lutely. One little mistake, those guys start hounding you night and day.
What do you think of Stina Ruth?
I have no idea who that is.
Also ja gut, ich kenne auch nicht jeden Politiker aus Hannover.
Did you know Maya Strand?
A bit. She approached me a few months back about refining edible plants into a nutrient paste. I helped her plant some quality fungi for it, in exchange for a cut of the harvest. Then she got herself killed, so I guess all of that was a waste of time.
That's a morbid way of looking at it.
I guess so. I'm sorry about what happened to her, but I still gotta eat.
Vielleicht können wir ja ein paar Pilze für ihn ernten.
What do you think of Dr. Pearson?
I'm trying to stay far away from that wisecracking quack.
Quack?
You heard me. All I need in terms of medicine, I find in herbs and plants.
And Dr. Pearson doesn't take kindly to that?
He should mind his own business is all.
What's your opinion on Gabriel?
The cop? Can't say I enjoy his company. Last time we met, he gave me a couple of nasty bruises.
Resisting arrest?
That'd certainly be how he'd justify it.
What kind of relationship did you have with your brother?
The sibling kind. We weren't enemies, if that's what you're asking. The rest is really none of your business.
I don't need to use any... What kind of relationship did you have with your brother?
The sibling kind. We weren't enemies, if that's what you're asking. The rest is really none of your business.
Ich habe das vergessen. Scheiße.
What can you tell me about yourself, Rolf?
I'm not in the mood for small talk. Ask your questions so I can get back to work.
What do you know about the murder in the museum?
Nothing but the talk of the town. That Maya Strand was stabbed by some maniac.
What do you know about the conduit?
You know I'm a gardener, not an electrician, right?
That's...
Oh.
Never mind. I'm sorry, Rolf, but I have to ask you about your brother's death.
I know, and I wish I had something to give you, but I don't know what happened.
So you have no idea who'd want to kill Leonard?
It's gotta be the nutjob who killed those other people, right?
It's possible, but far from certain. When was the last time you talked to your brother?
A week and a half ago, or so.
Okay. How did he seem? What did you two discuss?
He was his usual self, but what we talked about is private.
Look, every little detail matters. What he said could be the key to finding his killer.
I'm not gonna betray his trust. If you want to arrest me, go ahead. But that's all I'm gonna say.
Gärtner war's.
What can you tell me about the Church of Epos? I know for a fact that your brother was a member.
So? That's not a crime.
Come on, Rolf, work with me. Don't you want me to catch your brother's killer?
Yes, he was a member, but I'm not. I spent 10 years trying to get him out of that place.
Why would you do that?
Because he changed. He became this sullen, slow, serious, fucking block of a person. He used to be so full of life, you know? I know he died just yesterday, but the Leonard I grew up with, he's been dead for a long time.
I understand, Rolf. Thanks for sharing. No, I don't want to tip him off before I figured out the exact quote. I should keep the... I don't... Do you know who this...
Sure. It's that teacher.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you know about the conduit?
You know I'm a
That's...
Okay.
I don't... No. No reason... That's it.
Good.
Okay, da er uns nichts sagen will, würde ich meinen, dass wir zum Polizeirevier gehen und nachschauen, wo der Typ wohnt. Don't mind me. Warte mal.
I don't see anything.
Okay, schade. Also vielleicht können wir uns den Zettel anschauen.
I don't need to. I don't need. I don't think I need to look him up.
Warte mal, der
I
hat
had a few
Probleme, ne?
questions.
By all means.
What's your opinion on Rolf Dahl, the plant master?
Oh, don't get me started on that troublemaker. He's always up to something.
Yeah? Like what?
Anything that will make him a quick buck. Smuggling and handling of stolen goods, usually.
Want me to look into it?
No need. You have bigger fish to fry. We can handle Rolf.
So it turns out that Leonard Dahl was a member of EPOS.
That's disconcerting. Do you suspect that the church is connected to the murders?
Not anymore. I infiltrated their compound, and nothing indicates that they had any prior knowledge of the killings.
I see. That's a relief.
It is?
Well, a whole organization committing murders would be a hell of a lot more difficult to deal with than a single person. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, you're right. Have a look at this. I found it in the EPOS compound.
Interesting. It seems our Leonard was involved in some shady activities.
Indeed.
Hmm.
I'm trying to find a book quote that Leonard Dahl was fond of.
I'm afraid I can't be of much help there. Perhaps a friend or colleague would know.
Hopefully. I'll try to find someone.
Hmm.
That's all.
Very well.
Ja, vielleicht weiß er mehr.
Hello again, Gabriel.
Hey there, can I be of assistance?
I'm trying to find a...
Maybe ask his coworker, the guy from the recycling center.
Yeah, good idea.
Ah.
Do you know Rolf?
You could say that. I've stopped counting the number of times we've hauled his ass to jail.
Oh, he's a troublemaker?
Yes, ma'am. A slippery one. But one of these days his luck will run out.
All right.
Good luck out there.
Der Typ aus der... Okay, Einkaufsviertel. Ich muss... Na, Schrotthalde... Nordstadt, genau, da musste ich hin. Recyclingzentrum, okay.
About how...
Die Frage ist, wo ist der Typ aus dem Recyclingzentrum? Ja, scheiße. Ja, vielleicht in der Kantine. Ja!
Hi there.
Hello, stranger.
Newcomer, right? What brings you to town?
Is it that obvious? I'm here for matters of the faith, you could say.
I understand. Well, best of luck with that. I don't need to show...
Ich weiß ja nicht, wie es euch geht, aber ich finde es ein bisschen seltsam, dass eine Frau so gekleidet da sitzt. Also, das erinnert mich so ein bisschen an Aragorn aus dem ersten Herr der Ringe-Film, als die Hobbits frisch in die Taverne zum tänzenden Pony gegangen sind. Als er so auch so gekleidet irgendwo in der Ecke saß. Gut, die sitzt nicht in der Ecke, aber trotzdem. Okay, nee, ich quatsch mit dem Arbeiter.
Hey there. How are you holding up?
Oh, you again. I'm doing okay. Any luck with the case?
Some. Have time for more questions?
I suppose.
I don't want to share... I don't... Do you recognize this woman?
I don't. Sorry.
Do you know what this is?
Not really. I don't read much.
I don't... No. No reason... Did you know Carl Oscarson?
A little bit. We both grew up here in town, but we weren't friends or anything. He seemed like the last person you'd think would get murdered, though. Wouldn't hurt a fly.
Do you know Katarina Berg, the teacher?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Ah, okay.
What do you think of Walter?
Oh man, he's hilarious. But some of his robots really give me the creeps.
What's your opinion on Commissary Anderson?
I normally don't have much contact with the police, but from what I can tell, he does a fine job.
What do you think of Stina Ruth, the councilwoman?
Never met her, but I'm not much for politics. I have enough to worry about down here in the real world.
Did you know Maya Strand?
I didn't, but I wonder how the museum will recover from her death. She was the driving spirit of that place, and I can't think of anyone who'd be willing to pick up the reins.
Ich würde es machen.
What's your view of Dr. Pearson?
He's as weird as they come, but everyone knows that. He's a fine doctor anyway.
What's your opinion on Gabriel?
I couldn't say. I've had very little contact with him.
So tell me what you know about Leonard.
We already went through this. I don't have anything new to add.
Scheiße, ich habe vergessen, den anzumachen.
So
we already went through
Okay. Ängstlich, immer noch. Okay.
Do you know Rolf, the plant master?
Sure, he brings our gardening waste to the recycling center every week. He's kind of an asshole, though. Always seems to be trying to rip you off.
Do you know anything about the murder of Carl Oscarson?
Not really, just hearsay. I'm sure you've heard it all before.
Do you know anything about the murder of Maya Strand?
No, I rarely go to the museum these days.
What do you know about the conduit?
You mean like for electricity?
No, it's an organization. Pro AI.
Oh, never heard of them.
What can you tell me about Leonard's death?
I already told you everything I know.
What's your opinion on the Free Church of Epos?
I don't know much about it, but going to church doesn't sound like the worst idea. Maybe I should go and light a candle for Leonard.
Do you remember Leonard quoting a book?
He used to say this phrase every now and then. Not sure if it's from a book, though.
Yeah? What was the saying?
I don't remember exactly. Something about life and being human, I think. Sorry, might recognize it if I saw it.
I'll let you get back to your drink.
Okay, good luck out there.
Oh, warte mal. Da gab es ja Bücher, nicht? Hier, Recyclingzentrum. Hier, Bücher. Bücher. Zeig mir Bücher. Gib mir Bücher. Bücher! Jetzt sofort.
There it is, the book from the library. Got it. The Kingdom of God is Within You by Leo Tolstoy. This looks ancient, pre-collapse for sure. A number of pages are marked in the margins, likely to easily find them. Even if one of the marked pages contains the quote I need, there's too much text. I'll need more to go on. Maybe someone who had regular contact with Leonard would know the quote if they saw it.
Yep. Gut. So, dann wieder zurück zur, hier waren wir da lang. In die Kantine. Ich würde ganz gerne die hier nochmal. Entspannt, okay. So, Lennarts Buch. Hier.
Hey, I got something to show you.
Okay.
Have a look at the...
Give me a minute, will you?
Sure.
Here. The sole meaning of life is to serve humanity. Leonard used to say that whenever I was late for work.
Perfect. Thanks.
No problem.
Einzige Sinn des Lebens. Okay. So, das Zitat musste ich, glaube ich, von mal
Grandmaster Otto, if you were I'm sorry, but I didn't want to involve the church unless absolutely nothing. I told him to only give them up to the person who repeats the famous blessings from...
Okay. Das heißt, wir gehen nochmal zu dem Typen hin. Oh, hin und
I
her.
had a few more...
Fine.
The sole meaning of life is to serve humanity.
I don't believe this.
You have something for me, Rolf?
I guess so. You know, you're the last person I was expecting. Was my brother a police informant?
Yeah. We were building a case, but that's all I'm at liberty to say.
Shit! That's crazy. Wait here, I'll be right back. Here, now go bury the bastard that killed my brother.
I'll do my very best.
Progress! Woo!
Got rid of the note. No need to hold on to that.
Ja, das habe ich gemerkt.
Let's see here. There was an audio tape and a few documents inside.
Hmm?
These look like surveillance reports. It seems that Leonard was investigating Carl, Katerina, and Maya. The museum, the junk heap, and the apartment at Mimir Road are all mentioned as locations of interest. Leonard must have followed them around town and documented their activities. There's not much new to me in here, but there's mention of multiple tape recordings. Maybe they can offer some other clue to the killer. I need to figure out some way to play that tape.
Ich vermute mal, dadurch, dass Leonard die überwacht hat, ist es gut möglich, dass er gesehen hat, wer Maya und Karl gekillt hat. Und deswegen musste er selber sterben. Ja, das Ding ist immer noch offen. Cool. Okay. Audiostation.
This tape is in pretty bad shape, but I might be able to do something with this machine here. Alright, looks like the machine has analyzed the tape. Maybe I can reduce some or all of this noise. I think I need to work with smaller sections of the tape by using those two yellow selection sliders.
Okay, vielleicht das hier. Hm?
I shouldn't do that before I filtered out all the noise.
Okay, ja, vielleicht dann das. Das? Zu klein. Leck mich doch am Arsch, Alter. Donner. Ha? Aha, war vielleicht das so? Aha! Geräuschmuster erfolgreich herausgefiltert.
I can't shake the feeling that someone is onto us.
We've been careful. You're imagining things, Carl.
Maybe. I can't wait to be done with all of this and just go be a family.
Me either, my love. Me either. Did you get the package?
Yes. Had a look inside. CPUs, neural cores, major third degree violations.
I don't like it any more than you do, but it will keep Maya off our backs for a while.
Fuck, Mel, it's too hot. Terrorist classified hot. By definition, we're terrorists now.
Don't be dramatic. We'll keep our heads down, let Maya have her fun, then eject from this whole mess.
Things used to be so simple around here.
Interesting. If only I knew where it was recorded.
Ich weiß wo. Ich weiß wo.
Oh, those must be the chimes I heard on Leonard's tape. That means Carl and Katerina were here when they were recorded. I should have a look around.
Nee, Maya nicht Karl muss ich, ne? Nein. Okay. Smart Scan vielleicht. Nein. Vielleicht
Looks
da.
like an apartment building. I don't... An anatomic... I don't see anything...
Bank. Der Bank.
I wonder... There's something taped here under the bench.
Aha.
A tape recorder. This must be what Leonard used to record Carl and Katerina. There's still a tape inside. Crap, looks like the recorder is busted. I'll just ditch it and keep the tape.
Okay, dann wieder zurück zum Museum. Ach, dieses Hin und Her. Eigentlich wollte ich nach Tag 2 aufhören. Aber der Progress ist einfach so gerade... Ah! Okay, am Ende von Tag 4 mache ich das. Wir sind doch jetzt an Tag 3, Tag 4? Ich weiß gerade nicht. Nee, Tag 3 sind wir.
Let me worry about Carl. I'll find a way to make him see the value of our cause.
He's a liability, Katerina. It's only a matter of time before he figures out our true plans for the vessel.
Maya, just don't call our child that.
What? Vessel? But that's exactly what it is. A vessel for Holdra. Don't get emotionally attached. We must put our own selfish desires aside. How many children can she not save? How much suffering can she not end?
I know, Master. It's just hard. What if something went wrong? What if this is all for nothing?
You need to have faith, sister. Ever since I was little, I have sung to the tune of these machines. Now, is your wrist implant working as expected?
I think so. Doesn't itch anymore, at least.
I'll run a diagnostic later. I also put in a little surprise.
Let me guess. A bomb?
Is that sarcasm? It doesn't befit you. No, a fake biometric signature.
Oh. For the city trench coats? Why would one of them ever come to Nordsund?
It's just precaution. We won't remain here forever. I haven't gotten us this far by avoiding contingencies, have I?
I suppose not.
Huh.
Katerina played me good. She is one of them. I must go and confront her.
Und sie wird wahrscheinlich nicht da sein. Ich wette, sie wird nicht mehr da sein.
He looks busy sifting through the junk.
Fällt bestimmt nicht auf. Oh, die Tür ist offen.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I am well prepared for tactical engagement, Alex. There is no need for concern.
If you say so, honey.
Katerina?
Scheiße.
Huh? If someone is there, show yourself.
Schau ja denn.
Strange.
Jemand war drin.
Hey, Katerina, wake up. Shit. Her pulse is extremely weak. Maybe her arm is worse off than it looks. I need to go get help.
From what I can gather, some kind of brain trauma has put her in a comatose state.
Damn. Can you determine the extent of the damage?
Difficult to say, which is typical for most brain injuries. She could wake up in 5 minutes. She may never wake up at all.
What could have caused it? Could someone have done it to her?
It's theoretically possible that she suffered a stroke, but her symptoms are eerily similar to victims of sophisticated interrogation techniques.
Interrogation techniques? Like what?
I'm no neurologist or nanoengineer, but from what I learned at medical school, there are advanced torture devices and energy-based weapons that can cause symptoms like this. All of them illegal, of course. Your colleagues at the Bureau may have more information about the subject.
I see. I will consult my contact here in Nordsund. Perhaps she has some knowledge on the matter.
Very well. I will remain here overnight and monitor this woman's vitals.
Good. Thank you, Doctor. Stay frosty, Gabriel. Whoever did this to Katerina may decide to come back.
I'll try, ma'am. Be careful out there. U-Run is drawing near.
U-Run?
You didn't hear? The storm. That's what people are calling it.
Oh. Must be a big one. No Stina. It's Stina's scarf.
Aha!
What the hell?
Sorry, kid. Can't let you stand in my way.
I should have known it was you.
Damn it. Why'd you have to get so close?
Fuck, ich hätte nicht einfach hingehen sollen.
No, this wasn't supposed to happen. Hold on, darling. I've got this.
Bitte was?
Damn. The strain on my blue to keep me alive must have knocked out the Augs. I've never felt this cold. I need to find a way to heat myself up before I get hypothermia. I could follow the stream back to Nordsund, but it's too dangerous to do that through the storm. Pretty intense flow in this stream. I may have floated for quite a while.
Eine Höhle, feuchter Zweig. Ist da vielleicht noch mehr? Nein.
A large branch. Damp and not ideal as firewood, but could be part of a shelter. Damn, it's too tough to break off by hand.
Ein Stock.
This area in front of the cave looks suitable for a campfire. It's a shallow cave, but I should be able to take shelter from the storm in there. I need to get myself warm and dry first, though. Okay, I put the firewood in place. I'll need some dry kindling, too. This straight stick would work well as a spindle for a friction fire. But I'll need to assemble kindling and firewood in the spot first. I don't see how those things work.
Mal vielleicht das Buch als Zunder?
I hate to do this, but it's a matter of survival.
Ah.
Damn, too much wind from the east. I need to shield the campfire with something.
Ein Zweig,
A
aber ich hab
large branch.
nur wie?
I don't see how those things work together. A photo of Katerina. The glass frame is broken, but I might be able to use the shards.
Ah, warte mal, damit kann ich vielleicht... Ja.
I've gathered a few dense tree branches, but I'll need some way of tying them together. These could be... It's the tape found in the tape recorder under the bench. The label says, Session number 6.
Mit, mit dem Band.
Yeah. I might be able to tie it all together using the tape. All right. That should catch any wind coming from the east.
Remember last time we went camping?
How could I forget? What didn't go wrong that weekend?
Well, we were never hit by any meteorites or struck by lightning. But other than that...
At least my friction fire skills have improved. I never thought all that survival training would ever actually pay off.
Avoiding death by freezing may have been a decent incentive.
You could say that. As much as I enjoy your company, I'm not quite ready to cross over to the other side.
Aber es ist seltsam, dass er gesagt hat, das sollte nicht passieren. Vielleicht hat die KI nimmt zwar Gestalt von Alex an, hat aber die Aufgabe, sie quasi am Leben zu halten. Vermute ich. Tag 4.
Looks like the storm has subsided. I should try to make my way back to Nordsen. I was lucky to find good shelter so quickly. I may not have survived the storm otherwise. Ow. There's that familiar feeling again. I seem to have developed an ability to regenerate wounds, likely due to the trauma last night. No sign of my previous augmentations, though. I may need to replenish my blue to get them back.
Okay. Scheiße. Kacke.
The stream is calmer now, since the storm has passed.
Ah, Part, ja, okay. Regeneration könnte gefährlich werden.
So, the conduit. They're trying to create an AI superintelligence.
It would appear that way.
I can see the appeal. An AI singularity would be a source of immense power.
A source of immense danger as well. We don't have the third decree for nothing.
Such a being would become like a god, right? It would have the power to do anything.
Almost. In the long term, its capabilities would approach anything possible within the boundaries of physics.
Hell, it might even be able to bring me back. The real me.
In theory, yes. But given the risks involved, it would be absurd to pursue the singularity for that reason.
You know what's absurd? What's pretty fucking awful? Being dead.
I need to get a grip. This is just me talking to my subconscious. He's never coming back.
Ich werde das doch nicht zulassen.
Pull yourself together, Vera. You have a job to do.
Ah, das ist, das Titelbildschirm ist das.
Stop right there, Agent.
Now, this is unexpected. What possible reason could you have for greeting me at gunpoint?
We have reason to take you into custody. Please come willingly.
I assume I can't convince you two that you've been deceived? That my accuser is the guilty one?
Save it for the interrogation, Agent.
It seems Stina got the police on her side. I need to get out of here.
Hey, up here! Looks like you got yourself in quite a pickle there, Missy.
Stating the obvious won't help, Walter.
Oh, I know. Sorry. Just trying to lighten the mood.
Oh Mann, ich mag
I'm
ihn.
happy you're here. At least somebody was able to evade Councilwoman Ruth's influence. Can you inform me of what happened in town?
Oh, gee, I'm not sure. But I think Lady Ruth pulled a fast one on the commissary and his second in command. I overheard them saying that you were a sleeper agent or something. And that you minced that guy in the recycling center.
Me? That makes no sense at all. I must find a way to clear my name when I get out.
Shouldn't you try to escape first? That's kind of a prerequisite to any name clearing.
Obviously. Can you assist?
Perhaps I could put on a show for the cops and make a clear path for...
Quiet. Somebody is coming. Leave now. I'll look for a chance to do something.
Wer ist das?
You up to something, England?
Not at all. Just waiting for the interrogation.
Good. Shouldn't be more than an hour or two.
Polizist, okay.
I'm feeling quite all right, considering I spent the night outdoors.
Das ist aber wirklich ein kleiner Plot, ne?
It requires a key. I can't do anything with that now. Empty. Hey! He's ignoring me. I should be able to get out of the building if I can escape this cell. They confiscated everything, except this piece of glass stuck in my boot. It's still sharp. A desperate strategy, albeit necessary.
What the hell? Jesus! What did you do to yourself? Hang in there.
Aber ich habe ja noch zum Glück Regeneration.
I don't see how those... I could, but I doubt my throwing arm.
Ah, okay, warte mal, dann... Sobald er es öffnet.
Oh,
Yes!
Come on.
Woo! Halt die Fresse, Alter. Jetzt willst du reden, oder was?
She's escaping.
Halt die Fresse. War geil. Ja! Ich mag sie.
No way, I need to get out of here.
Ja, nochmal.
A thermos. This is hardly the time to... No way.
Beweismittelbeutel, ja. Nimm's mit.
Got my notebook back. Low maintenance. It's a map of...
Okay, Marktplatz.
First things first. I need to jumpstart my lost augmentations if I'm going to have any chance of defeating Stina. The technology left behind by the Conduit members may have something I can use.
Vielleicht im Museum. Ich hoffe, dass hier noch alles okay ist. Okay. Headset, Tasse, Wissensreste.
Herbal tea. An electronic headset of... A big buck...
Okay, hier vielleicht nicht.
A regeneration pump.
Nee. Gleich oben.
Nice collection of... Not sure what kind of plant... I have no clue. Some kind of air...
Nährstoffe. Sachen im Regal. Dann vielleicht eher... Warte mal. Mimirstraße. Bei ihr im Gebäude... vielleicht in der Wohnung. Mehr weiß ich gerade nicht. Aber ich wusste, man kann ihr nicht trauen. Ich hab's gewusst.
This is unfortunate. Somebody has triggered a premature birth and taken the child. An innocent life is now on the line. I better hurry up and find a way to restore my augmentations.
How could you let this happen? Don't you realize how important he is?
I couldn't have predicted this. Why are you getting so emotional?
I'm sorry, darling, but I realized just now what the Conduit are really trying to do.
We've been over this. They're trying to create an AI singularity.
Not only that, they plan to contain it within the child, to bridge the gap between AI and humans.
Oh, that actually sounds like a plausible theory.
I know I'm right. That child would have the power to bring me back.
You're presuming that this AI would do your bidding. That's a dangerous assumption.
If we're the ones who awaken Huldra, she'd owe us her very existence. Please, it's our only chance. Save the child, and then save me too.
I have no idea what to think anymore.
Das Kind würde ich retten, aber nicht ihn.
Odd-looking thing. The womb tank looks completely empty. Oh wait, there's some kind of switch here.
Aha!
That looks like a vial of blue. It must have been fed into the fetal fluid. I could try to power up my Augs with this vial, but I'll leave it in the cooling unit until I have a way of injecting it.
Mädchen, sauf's doch einfach. Okay, eine Impfung würde ich auch nicht saufen, aber... Sekunde. Scheiße, ich kann jetzt nicht aufhören. Hätte bei einem Tageswechsel hätte ich ausmachen sollen. Oh mein Gott. Okay, Bildschirm. Kann ich hier irgendwas...
Some kind of live output of...
Hier fehlt bereit. Wiedergeburt bevorstehend. Reiset Huldra. Heilhydra. Kann ich eigentlich Klammer schließen? Deckelfehlfunktion. Schade. Okay, beenden. Öffnete
Looks like
Schachtel.
this was filled with supplies for caring for a baby. Some are missing. Looks like the fetal fluid from the tank.
Okay, ich gehe noch mal ins Museum. Vielleicht finde ich da unten beim Krempel irgendwie so ein Spritzdings, Zeug, Gezuppel, Dingens oder sowas.
Various tools for a
Nein.
big bucket,
Irgendwelchen Röhren.
dirty laundry.
Nein. Hauptrechner, Geräte. Gerät.
Appears to be a wireless data. A wall filled. An electronic headset.
Nein. Stichwort Notizbuch. Nein.
I've looked there already.
Leute, ich streame gerade.
A trophy in the... Some old...
Nein. Oh. Sekunde. Klinik. Da war was. Cool. Die ist beschäftigt.
Command was adamant, and I saw fit not to ask questions.
Makes no difference to me. Standing guard here or at the train station. As long as I can feed my kids.
At the very least, we're less exposed to the weather in here.
Afraid your pretty beard might get all ruffled up?
You'd see what it's like for yourself, Cullah, if your face ever matured past puberty.
Ha! Touché. Anyway, our school teacher here, is she expected to, like, wake up?
I was informed that she's fully comatose. We are to guard her from the fugitive.
It's too risky to handle those deputies without my augmentations.
Spritzen! Da, nice.
Got an empty syringe.
Aber ich wusste, dass ich beim Doc was kriegen kann. Nicht sofort, aber ich wusste es. So. Rinder.
All right, it's filled with blue. Even this diluted form of blue should restore some of my previous functionality.
Nice.
All right, back in business. But I still need to find a way to clear my name. Maybe somebody can speak on my behalf.
Überwältigende Macht, Errungenschaft freigeschaltet. Ich würde sagen, vielleicht die Kirche? Das glaube ich, dass die Kirche mir da helfen könnte.
Somebody locked the back door to the library. Maybe just as well. I had nothing important to do in there anyway. Again? No way.
Walter! Walter kann doch hier. Der war ja freundlich und so. Marktplatz. Einkaufsviertel. Ist er da? Ist er zu Hause? Bitte sag, dass du zu Hause bist. Komm. Ja! Hi! Hey, was geht ab?
Wow, you made it out.
Stating the obvious much?
I need to know all about your daring escape.
It was a close call. I had to rely on some dangerous self-harm and, well, your distraction, I presume. Thanks for that.
Anytime. Hopefully it won't take too long for you to clear up this whole mess.
That would certainly be preferable. There's too much at stake.
I have no doubt. Now, what can I do you for?
Christina Roth.
What do you think of...
Funny guy. Smokes like a chimney and drives one hell of a hard bargain.
I have to find Stina Ruth. Any idea where she might be?
I often see her around this part of town, but I'm not sure where she lives exactly.
I'm off.
Take care.
Bye-bye, police.
Warte mal, ich habe ja die Augmentierung wieder. Das heißt, ich kann mich unsichtbar machen. Das heißt, ich komme vielleicht an den Cops vorbei. Warte mal, Patientenzimmer. Frage ist...
I can't get enough of it.
Why a person would voluntarily put a toxic brown...
Oh, shit! It's the prisoner!
Halt, fugitive!
Okay, nee, das ist keine gute Idee.
This snooze is the best. I can't get enough of it.
Why a person would voluntarily put a toxic brown lump in their mouth is beyond me.
You don't know what you're
Und Karl,
missing,
vielleicht
man.
kann ich da was machen? Ja, ich kann ja im Dunkeln dann sehen.
Uh-oh.
For crying out loud.
Relax. Must be a blown fuse. You head for the door.
Don't take too long, all right? I have a bad feeling about this.
I won't. Shouldn't be too difficult to find that fuse box.
Various medical supplies. Looks like an IV bag. Looks like Katerina needs oxygen to keep her stable. Unused bandages. It's filled with cannula.
Kann ich irgendwas mitnehmen?
Got one.
Aha. Kanüle, okay.
A portable... An old pre-collapse... Various medical...
Kann ich die Kanüle bei ihr verwenden?
She's already got one. It's connected to the IV. Looks like Looks like an IV.
Sachen, Verbände.
I don't need...
Ansonsten kann ich ja nichts verwenden, ne? Schwacher Puls. Kann ich das Stromkabel wieder reinsetzen?
No, that would just bring the deputies back in here.
Okay, nee, dann...
I can't just walk up to him. I'll be arrested. No need. It's already pitch black in here.
Jetzt bin ich ein bisschen überfragt. Das heißt, ich müsste etwas machen, was hier ist auf jeden Fall. Da ich hier nichts sehe. Kann ich das bei mir selbst verwenden? Nee.
That action doesn't... That action... Okay, now what? She's already connected.
Ah. Aha.
Hey, what's that? You awake?
Barely. Why is it so dark in here?
We're working on it. Hang tight, I'll go get help.
Katerina? Can you hear me?
Ow, yeah, barely. My head is killing me. Who's asking?
Hang on, I'll get some light in here.
Ja, flashbangen sie halt.
Christ, that's bright.
There. Who did this to you, Katerina?
That hag. What's her name? The foul-mouthed woman at City Hall?
Stina Ruth?
Yeah.
I need you to tell the police what you just told me. That will give us a mandate to go after her.
I don't know about that. Sounds like you need my help, sister. What's in it for me?
The possibility of having your offspring returned to you, for one.
Wait, what? Did something happen?
Yes. Somebody triggered a premature birth and kidnapped your child.
No. Fuck. Okay, I'll help. She came out of nowhere, touched my forehead, and everything went black. My knees caved and I could feel something greedily carving through my mind, nibbling at my memories. It was terrifying.
Are you certain that this assault was done by Stina Ruth?
I'm positive. I saw her clearly. Strangely enough, she didn't seem to care about hiding from me at all.
Did you get a sense of what information she was looking for?
Not really, but the whole process felt frantic, rushed.
Why do you think she even left you alive?
Fuck if I know. Maybe she was interrupted or she just assumed I would never wake up.
This testimony certainly improves your case, Agent, but I'm still not convinced.
Elaborate, please. I'm struggling to see why this information wouldn't be enough to rescind my arrest order.
Look, a longtime trusted member of our community has accused you, an outsider, of murdering Leonard Dahl on behalf of terrorists. Now you are relying on a suspected member of this terrorist cell to clear your name. Surely you can see what the problem is.
It's impossible for me to have committed that murder. I was in my quarters all night.
Can anyone corroborate that?
I had the evening shift. I saw her enter her room at around 10.
That's a start. Who took your place during the night shift?
I did, Commissary. No one came in or out of the police station until early morning.
Why am I hearing about all of this now?
With all due respect, sir, no one tells me anything. I didn't know it was important.
Well then, I have to admit that we no longer have grounds for an arrest. I'm releasing you from custody, Agent.
I'm glad you are starting to see reason.
Yes, my apologies. There was something unnatural about the councilwoman. She was very convincing. How would you like to proceed?
Darf ich anmerken, dass der Typ und der Typ irgendwie gar keine Augen haben?
Stina is an ex-agent and extremely dangerous. Given my training and background, I'm best suited to deal with her. Stay vigilant and be on the lookout, but do not engage with her unless you have no other choice. I will handle her alone.
Understood. Oh, and before I forget, here's your weapon.
Good.
Geil.
I'll need that. Thanks. Let's meet up later at the station. You'll leave a deputy to keep an eye on her, yeah? She's far from harmless.
Of course.
Now, with that out of the way, it's time for us to have a serious talk.
Can't wait, sister.
It's in your best interest to cooperate. The faster you answer my questions, the faster I can pursue the kidnapper.
Fine. Ask your questions then.
Sure, but one thing needs to be taken care of first. Your wrist implant.
You're in luck. I can't feel it anymore, so the doctor must have taken it out.
You know anything about that, Deputy?
Yeah. Dr. Pearson had some theory about a foreign object in her body causing the coma. He cut out a small device from her arm.
Noted. I'll have to ask him about that when I'm done here. We are ready for a formal interrogation then. Are you trying to resurrect AI?
What do you think? Did you happen to skip past the conduit section in all those textbooks of yours?
I know them by heart, but I'm more curious about your logical reasoning. You must know that AI almost destroyed our entire civilization.
AI had nothing to do with that. Alarmists and doom prophets were responsible. The old world was a place of wonder, you know? Limitless wealth and prosperity, and we threw it all away.
You're omitting the looming threat of our own destruction. Human evolution, even with genetic engineering, stands no chance of catching up with an AI singularity.
Why would we even need to catch up? Are we really that scared of anything greater than us? People treat AI as some outside force with an intent to destroy us all. AI is our own creation, our progeny. What sane parent would fear their children surpassing them? We're still seeing things through the eyes of the fucking primitive predators we really are. Kill or be killed. Anything remotely resembling a threat must be destroyed.
You're incorrect. It was simple self-preservation.
I used to be just like you. I wish Maya was alive. She could have helped you understand.
Das erinnert mich halt extrem an Konsequenzen der KI. Das ist richtig krass.
What's the point? You'll only use the information against me. You'll take my child away or worse. If you want my confession, you have it. Yes, I'm guilty of trying to save humanity. Yes, I'm guilty of trying to awaken Huldra, what you'd call an AI superintelligence powered by a singularity.
I have a recording where Maya called your child a vessel for Huldra. You're trying to create a human-AI hybrid, right?
You're wasting time. I'll tell you everything when my son is safe in my arms. Until then, I'm not saying another word.
Gut, dann müssen wir wohl das Kind finden.
Keep up the good work, Deputy. Sorry about the whole jail thing.
Trying my best, ma'am. And, yeah, you really pulled a fast one on me there.
Ehrlich gesagt weiß ich jetzt gerade auch nicht mehr, ob ich ihm trauen kann.
Dr. Pearson?
Ah!
Whoa, relax.
Don't sneak up on me like that.
Sorry about that. I was told you found something in Katarina's arm.
Oh, yes. A small tubular implant right here.
Thanks. Have you been able to determine what it does?
No, I can't make head nor tails of it. I'd suggest asking an engineer.
Fair enough. Have you checked the other bodies for similar objects?
Maya had a peculiar wound on her wrist, but no implant. It is possible that the killer cut it out.
And Carl?
Alas, he was cremated before I got a chance. The next of kin was really fussy about that.
Damn. Where are the ashes?
Still in the oven. I was about to collect them.
That one?
No, the one in my kitchen.
Excuse me?
I'm joking. You really need to lighten up, you know?
I'll worry about that when the case is solved. Excuse me, Doctor.
Sorry, ich fand das gerade extrem witzig. Ah, herrlich, ey. Das war gut. Gefiel mir.
Wow, the implant is still intact. It must be made of some strong materials. 2 electronic wrist implants, extracted from Carl and Katarina. Appears to be...
Mit einem Techniker reden. Wer ist denn am ehesten versiert? Walter ist versiert, ne? Am ehesten. Das heißt, ich frag ihn mal. Shalom.
Oh my god!
What?
Are those robot eggs?
Nisa, no, that's not quite. You better take those away before he gets excited. He keeps bugging me about a little brother.
Oh, are
You...
Hi again.
Hey there.
Oh,
You...
Er sagt nichts Näheres
I'm off.
darüber.
Take care.
bye bye.
Oh.
No need to.
Warte mal. Hardware.
The device reacted, but nothing happened. Maybe something's missing. An electronic. The device reacted, but nothing happened. Maybe some. That action. A big bucket.
In welchen Röhren? Warte mal, sind
That
da vielleicht... Nein.
A wall filled with machines. I don't see how.
Also meint, in die Bibliothek komme ich nicht zufällig. Ich weiß zwar nicht, was mir das bringen soll, aber das ist... Ja, ist zu, ne?
Somebody
Ja.
locked. No reason to go back there.
Die Klinik. Sie will ja nichts mehr sagen, bevor ich nicht... Ich versuch's trotzdem, aber was habe ich zu verlieren?
Hey, like I said.
Ja, scheiße.
I don't want to share that. Do you know what these are?
They look like computer chips in some sort of protective shell.
Hard to say without the assistance of an engineer, but most likely.
Wer ist denn noch? Wer könnte noch Ingenieur sein? Ja, ich frag ihn mal.
Commissary?
Yes.
Do you know what this is?
Clearly some kind of,
I don't want to. That combination make.
Oh, are those?
You better take those away before he gets excited. He keeps bugging me.
Cute little robot.
Gabriel, Leonard, Rolf. Marktplatz. Warte, vielleicht ist ja... Ne, hier ist niemand. Sieht auch wieder alles normal aus. Oh.
I don't have any business.
In der Schule, nee, ist nichts. Nordstadt. Nee, hier ist immer noch niemand. Aber wen könnte ich denn fragen?
Again? Maybe later. There's no reason. Looks like an apartment building.
Rolf ist nicht da, der Hausmeister ist nicht da. Er könnte mir noch helfen. Übersehe ich irgendetwas?
Oh, my God!
What?
Are those robot eggs?
Nisa, no, that's not quite. You better take those away before he gets excited. He keeps bugging me about a little brother.
Einen kleinen Bruder, also. Kann ich vielleicht irgendwie einen von denen mitnehmen oder
It's
so?
hard to think that. No idea.
Nein. Ich überfragt gerade. Den mitnehmen?
A trophy. Some old.
Nein. Mit dem Headset kann ich die nicht verbinden, ne?
That combination. An electronic head.
Sieht deaktiviert aus.
That combination make. That action. That combination. The device reacted, but nothing happened. Maybe something's missing. It's hard to think that most people it's.
Der Kopf sieht aus wie der von Nissan, ne?
I don't think I'm alone.
Hier ist auch nichts und niemand.
I don't want to. I don't need to show.
Dass diese Tür auch noch zu ist, wundert mich.
No use.
Jetzt zur Kirche konnte ich auch nicht, ne?
Again?
Nee.
Doesn't look. Replica of multi. Looks purely decorative.
Nimm die noch mit!
I don't think. Nice big lemon. I've looked.
Mhm. Muss Water irgendwie...
I don't have a reason to go. I don't see anything. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. That combination. That action does. I don't. That combination. I don't. That Nah. What did people?
One bag.
Cute little.
Ich muss echt nachschauen. Ich finde, er hat kein... Keine Ahnung, wie ich darauf hätte kommen sollen. Adressen.
All right, looks like her address is at 5 Lindgren Street. I think that's up the stairs opposite Vault.
Keine Ahnung, wie ich darauf hätte kommen sollen, dass ich von Handgelenke darauf, dass ich ihre Adresse raussuchen muss. Na holla die Waldfee, was ist denn hier los?
An old badge from when Stina was a police officer in the city. A diploma for especially distinguished service, signed by the bureau director. It's probably from back when Stina retired.
Das sieht ja sehr, aus, ne?
That's the biggest bottle of booze I have ever seen.
Ja, ein bisschen...
Various items to care for a baby. Stina must be the kidnapper. A discarded beer bottle. I don't need to mess with that. A number of empty glass vials in a neat package.
Blau wahrscheinlich. Kassetten?
There were a couple of tapes here. A smoker too? It seems that Stina is a woman of many vices. There's a tape player on the table. No tape inside. Looks like Stina when she was about my age. She used to be quite pretty. Looks like this hasn't been functional for a while. Not even a blanket? Stina must like to sleep rough. A few identical bottles. I would guess they contain alcohol.
Ne. Oh, was? Blau wahrscheinlich. Spuren von Blau. Mhm.
Whoa. If those vials were filled with pure blue, Stina has one serious addiction.
Splicer oder was? Gib mir Adam! War Maya hier drin? Nee, Lennart? Carl? Nee, ne? Okay.
There's a tape player next to the ashtray. I should listen to the tapes before I leave.
Ja, okay, ich hätte das im Labor gemacht, aber naja, gut.
Report number 3. After roughly a month of surveillance, I am sure there are no more than 3 people in the group. The leader and the young couple. I have been unable to determine the location of their mainframe, but it must be in one of the key locations here in Nordsund. They rarely go down to the ground. The shack in the junk heap appears to be connected to a large makeshift antenna, so they may have access to long-range communications. The leader keeps referring to her wrist implant as a key, but I'm not sure to what. In any case, we should make sure to obtain it when we strike. We're starting to reach a point where we know enough to take action. Let's meet after dark at the usual place and discuss our options. Leonard, signing off.
Lennart hat also nicht für Epos gearbeitet, sondern für Stina. Damit ist die Kirche tatsächlich vollkommen raus.
I know what you said, but I can't wait any longer. They're getting too close. The child will be born in a matter of weeks. If they finalize Project Huldra, it'll be the end of us all. I'll take care of their leader first. I've gained her trust, so it shouldn't be hard to get along with her. As for the child, the host, God forgive me, but it is an abomination. I will do what needs to be done. Make sure you destroy these tapes. If things go wrong, I don't wish for any blame to fall on you or my church. You have taught me much, Councilwoman. If I fail, I trust you'll find a way to resume my sacred duty.
Die haben zusammengearbeitet.
Goodbye.
So, if Leonard killed the conduit members, who killed Leonard? That's some shaky aim. Withdrawal? Those empty vials tell quite a story. I better try to track her. She can't stay cloaked forever.
Chemische Lösung. Ethanol, Wasser, Blau, Sonstiges. Übereinstimmung, Chemie. Okay. Ja, das weiß ich, danke. Ah, okay. Da lang. Plattformrand. Mensch, hat's doch einen Sinn, dass man hier lang kann. Dahin.
Good grief, that's a huge bird.
Ah. Interessant. Was? Okay, ins Museum. Da rein.
Ugh, this thing is heavy. Stina, even if you defeat me, the Bureau will send everything they've got.
Fuck it! Damn you, Leonard!
Trying to rationalize your own vile actions, are you? I assume you took his life.
Of course I did. That brainwashed idiot forced my hand. I just wanted to steal their technology, and he decided to go on a fucking killing spree. You don't get it, Vera. We're both living on borrowed time. Blue clings onto you. You'll never be free. You'll see. The only way is to give in and let it absorb you, consume you. The key to our full potential is right here. If you join me, I'll show you how. I'll show you everything those mindless drones at the Bureau try to hide from us.
I'll only accept your surrender or defeat, Stina.
Time for you to earn your stripes, then. Give it your best shot. Another one bites the dust.
Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust. Mist.
Won't work. She has made up her mind.
That...
Ah, warte. Hä? Was macht das Kind? Also ja, mit Stina ist sie wahrscheinlich da hingekommen. Aber trotzdem, was macht das Kind jetzt da? Das war ja vorher nicht da.
Don't cry. You're safe now.
I guess this is it, Agent.
I agree. Those wounds look lethal. I'd advise you to make your peace with the inevitable.
Before you ask, the baby is okay. I'm not a fucking monster.
Good. Why'd you even bring it here?
I thought it would unlock this damn mainframe. Since my stupid implant didn't work. She sure had a thing for security protocols. You can consider the case closed. Leonard took out the conduit members. Then I put him down like the rabid dog he was. What's more important than my petty little life is what you do with what's on that computer.
It contains the code to Huldra, right? A powerful AI?
Yes. Adapted for a blue biocircuit. I thought I would be the one to merge with...
Stina?
Stina dood.
Good job, my love. She had to go.
I wish I could understand what she was trying to do.
We'll probably...
Die KI in ihr will selbst so mächtig werden und benutzt Alex dafür, um sie zu manipulieren. Ha, that's it.
I need to gain access to the mainframe. It's the key to ending all of this.
Yes. Project Huldra is in our grasp. You know what to do.
I don't want to shoot... Appears to be a... The device reacted, but not... The child is calm. I will retrieve it when I'm done with the...
Zerschießt das Scheißding. Zerschießt das Scheißding.
An electronic... Herbal tea.
Do the right thing, honey. Complete Project Huldra.
No, I still have important things to do in here. Not now. Not a... She had another wrist implant in her pocket. Likely Maya's.
Gleich alle drei. Alle drei. Dateiliste abspielen, Audio-File aktivieren, Fenrir und Huldra. Dateiliste. Log 1. Ah, warte mal nochmal. Hilfe. Abspielen, Log
Huldra's
1.
kernel is functional, but all my hybrid simulations have failed. The host always suffers from massive cognitive dissonance. We're likely dealing with an interface problem. Ordinary adult augmentation simply won't provide enough bandwidth for a successful cognitive symbiosis. I've been researching prenatal augmentation, and my initial findings look promising. Synchronizing the growth of a nervous system with an early introduction of blue may be the key. The young woman I have come in contact with has shown herself to be bright, dedicated, and loyal. She is willing to offer a child for our cause. The next step is to find a father, but we have to be selective. We can't risk this man exposing our activities. I also finally managed to acquire a sample of blue, but I am not proud of the things I had to do to get it. I just hope my city contact made it out alive.
Okay, 4 gibt es.
We've just finished the work on the womb tank. I'm still skeptical about this Carl, but Katarina assures me she can keep him on a leash. He seems like the jumpy paranoid type. I'll play along for now, but it's likely only a matter of time before he becomes a liability. Anyway, the tank needs some further testing, but it won't be long until we can attempt an artificial insemination. While we wait for the vessel to mature, I've established a self-destruct mechanism called the Fenrir Protocol. If we are ever compromised, it can be used to prevent our sacred work from falling into the wrong hands. The program will completely wipe all drives and backups. We can't risk our foes using Huldra for evil. It could well lead to the destruction of this entire planet.
Ja, immer noch. Ja.
This is the only logical course of action, Alex.
No, you can't. If you do this, I'll be gone forever.
Du bist nur eine scheiß
You're
KI.
already gone, Alex. I love you, but you're gone.
I guess I really am, huh? Maybe
Na,
it's
komm schon.
time to stop pretending.
Ich wusste es!
Living in denial like this is too destructive.
Yeah. It's time for me to go.
It is. Goodbye, Alex.
Goodbye, Vera. I love you.
That's it. It's done. Let's get you to your mother, kid.
Oh, thank God. Is that him? Is he okay?
Your child is unharmed. You must be recovering fast, given your transfer here.
I'm all right. The headaches are almost gone, and I'm getting my energy back. What happened to Stina?
Deceased. I also activated the Fenrir protocol in your secret lab. Project Huldra has been terminated.
What? You did? Fuck. No, you ruined everything.
What's done is done, but you can still be a mother.
Oh, please. You think they'd ever let me keep him after everything I've done?
She's right, you know. A woman who experiments on her own child? She's way too dangerous to be a parent.
I'm never getting out of prison anyway. Just take him away. He's better off without me.
Ich glaube, jetzt muss ich mich tatsächlich entgegen dem entscheiden, was ich wählen würde. Und ich nehme das.
I'll take him. He'll be safe with me.
Good. Just go. Get out of here.
Fürsorglich. Errungenschaft freigeschaltet, fürsorglich. Ein paar Tage später.
You know, Alex, for a moment, it nearly made sense to go through with it. When a loved one is within our grasp, it's so easy to start rationalizing, to treat incredible dangers as nothing but exaggerated, irrational fears. I learned to overcome those selfish emotions and accept the cold, hard truth. You're gone, and you're never coming back. I'll come back here every once in a while, but it won't be like before. I've become a parent, and that means a different set of priorities. For the first time since you passed away, I find myself curious about the future. And I think that's something worth holding on to.
Errungenschaft freigeschaltet, der entfesselte Wolf. Fall abgeschlossen, Weg der Frigga. Oder der Frick. Ich glaube Frigga. Frick, egal. Frigga, es passt. Tja, durchgespielt. Ich bin froh, dass ich es nicht, dass ich nicht nochmal abgebrochen habe, dass ich es durchgezogen habe. Auch wenn es ein bisschen später geworden ist als gedacht, aber schönes Spiel, muss ich sagen. Die anderen Wege, muss ich sagen, reizt mich jetzt nicht so. Vielleicht das andere Ende zu sehen. Und ich bin mir sehr sicher, dass das kein gutes Ende genommen hätte. Epos-Priesterin, okay. Ja gut, hätte ich andere Fähigkeiten gehabt, wäre ich wahrscheinlich nicht über Unsichtbarkeit in die Kirche gekommen. Ja, das war jetzt quasi das zweite Spiel von den Entwicklern, von Cathy Rain. Also Cathy Rain und Whispers of the Machine sind vom gleichen Entwickler. Hat mir auch sehr, sehr gefallen. Kommt nicht ganz an Cathy Rain ran, weil Cathy Rain fand ich halt, hat mir halt wesentlich besser gefallen, aber es war trotzdem ein sehr, sehr schönes Spiel und mir sehr, sehr gefallen. Wie gesagt, ich frage mich, was wäre, wenn ich mich anders entschieden hätte. Aber jetzt nochmal alles durchzumachen, das wäre. Ah. Ich glaube, dass wir wirklich das beste Ende jetzt haben, das man haben kann. Ja, ich bin zufrieden. Ich bin ehrlich gesagt zufrieden mit dem Ende. Ich meine, sie hat ja jetzt auch quasi, ne? Ich hätte ehrlich gesagt ein bisschen mehr Widerstand von Alex erwartet und dass er halt sich offenbart so, hey, ich bin eigentlich eine KI und du bist scheiße. Was soll denn der Dreck? Friedhof. Okay, gut, dann. Oder? Ja. Ja, das ist dann die. Oh. Ja, gut. Dann verabschiede ich mich hier mal für YouTube und ja, wir sehen uns dann beim nächsten Video wieder. Moment.